Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. And I just wanted to stick my head in here to have a little conversation today because every now and then I like to visit with some of the larger content creators. And I know that Cynthia G just recently had a birthday, and I wasn't able to attend to her birthday live stream. So I caught her live stream yesterday, and I super chatted it up in her super chat box, just to support her and let her know that I wished her a happy birthday. But she did have a really interesting topic. And in talking about what she was talking about, she covered a little bit of the T.S. Madison situation. She covered a little bit of the Carly Russell situation. And then she also went in on the vetting process and Black women and our desperation. And the key word being desperation. And I really, really want the focus to be on the word desperation today. Because, see, I've been watching Cynthia G for a number of years. It's been about maybe seven years. I've been watching her content on and off. I don't really watch it that often anymore because ever since she did the whole, don't give birth to Black babies thing, I've been kind of on the opposite end of anything that she's had to say. Not to say that I don't agree with other stuff that she talks about. I am definitely riding with Cynthia, though, on her thoughts about the entire trans movement, and in that they are definitely bullying women. So, that I do stand with Cynthia on. Now, that whole, don't give birth to Black men, male baby thing, I can't jail with that. That's still going to be something that I do not agree with at all. But other than that, everything else that Cynthia G has talked about, I am definitely in lockstep with. Now, with that said, she also said something yesterday that I'm also kind of sort of in lockstep with. And that is when she mentioned the vetting process. And so that is what this video will mostly be about today, because Cynthia is of the position that you can't vet. She's basically stated this over and over again. I remember there was a falling out between her, Women's Fear, Tanya TKO. This was years back when they were all doing that little sister thing together. And they were talking about vetting back then. And Tanya TKO was trying to tell them back then that, women need to be the gatekeepers of our womb. We need to vet these men. We need to develop standards. We need to develop boundaries. Tanya TKO said this about maybe 3-4 years ago. And so they all got into a big falling out about the whole abort Black male babies thing. And then so Tanya TKO went her way, and Cynthia and her people went their way. And so here's where I fall into that as far as what my opinion is on the whole situation. Cynthia brought up the vetting thing again while I was listening to one of her live streams yesterday. Everything was going good. I was like, yeah, Cynthia, you're doing the damn thing. I'm super chatting it up. And then she goes into don't have their babies. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm already into that. Then she brought up the vetting thing again. And so she says, how can you vet somebody that lies? How can you vet a liar? And so I got to thinking to myself, well, that is true, because I have run into plenty of guys in my 40 some odd years of being in here on this earth that have lied to me. Inevitably, when you're out here dating, male or female, you're going to run into some actors. Some are good actors and some are bad actors, but they know how to act. They're liars. And there is nothing that you can do to avoid them. Anyone that says that they have never come into contact with somebody that did them wrong ever in life, I would never, ever, ever trust that person, because I know that that person's a liar. You're not going to be able to avoid coming into contact with somebody that isn't going to lie to you or try to use or abuse you. It is really up to you to have standards and boundary to combat them. That's all you can do. But you're not going to be completely unscathed from meeting these people, because you just don't know until you know. A person can pretty much peg you out, especially if you come to them as an open book in the first place. If you're a woman and you say, oh, I like for my man to open doors, and I love when my man sends me flowers and he does this and that and this and that. Well, if you give him the playbook ahead of time before the football game starts, he already knows all your plays. So then he can morph into whatever it is that you want him to be, because you shared too much. And see, this is why vetting is very, very important. This is why. See, a lot of people don't understand what vetting is. Vetting helps you deal with the liars, the actors, the people that are just out to use and abuse you. Vetting does not prevent you from ever meeting them, though. And see, I need people to have a realistic view of what vetting is supposed to do. See, what vetting does is it kind of thwarts you from having to continuously deal with somebody that have bad intentions. That's all it does. It doesn't prevent you from meeting them in the first place. So when Cynthia is saying, you can't vet. Well, I mean, I know that that's coming from a place of hurt. But when you sit up here and you refuse to take accountability for your choices and who you end up with, well, then whatever happens to you, right? So if you refuse to take accountability for getting pregnant out of wedlock, for example, with all the birth control that we have out here, well, then that's your fault. If you choose not to take accountability for things that you have total control over, whether or not you allow yourself to go in deep with a person. You have total control over that. So case in point, when I was listening to Cynthia, she made a lot of good points. And if you want to, see her video, she did a live stream yesterday. So you can go out and take off and, take a look at what she had to say about the whole thing. But this one thing, I agree with her on the one hand. You don't know what a person is going to do until they do it. But you do know what your reaction is going to be when they do it. That's where the standards and the boundaries come in to protect you. And if you follow your standards and your boundaries strictly, meaning that you don't waver, you don't grade on a scale, what they call it, grade the man on the curve. You don't listen to your feelings, but you strictly follow your standards and your boundaries, then you should be prevented from being caught up. See, vetting is supposed to prevent you from getting caught up with a liar or somebody that's there to try to use and abuse you. It doesn't prevent you from meeting them in the first place. So if you can be realistic about that, then the vetting process will work for you. Now, I did a video a long time ago and I outlined what the differences are between having standards and having boundaries. Your boundaries simply enforce what your standards are. So the standards, that's the law. Your boundaries is the enforcement of the law. So if someone comes into your dating circle and they break your standard law, then you have to enforce the law by pushing them out. And it's up to you to enforce the law. So when you find out that somebody's been trying to steal your heart, you got to enforce the law. If you find out that somebody's been acting and lying, you have to enforce the law. But the problem with Black women is our desperation gets in the way of us enforcing our standards and our boundaries. Because we're so desperate to be wives and girlfriends and just to say we got a man, that we'll start allowing things to happen to us that we know shouldn't be happening. Like having their baby and they didn't give you a ring. Like letting them move in and they don't have plans to make you a wife. So we start allowing certain things to happen. And then we'll listen to anybody that will give us an excuse as to why we allowed certain things to happen and go on for an extended period of time. So someone will say, oh, you just can't vet them. It's not your fault if you get used. You can't vet them. It's not your fault if you get pregnant. You can't vet them. So none of anything that ever happened to you is your fault. And I'm just here to tell you that that's unrealistic thinking. That's not adulting. When someone allows you to escape accountability, they're putting you back into the position of not being an adult, but being a child. You're a child now. You have no responsibility and no agency over yourself. And life is just happening to you. And you have no control. That's basically you admitting that you are not in control. There are certain things that you can control. You can control the people that you allow into your life. You can control the people that you allow to stay in your life. But some of us, we got to say, I have a man, I'm married now. I want to be able to, how can I say, flaunt my love in front of unmarried women. That's the other thing. The number of Black women who get married that feel the need to flaunt their love in front of unmarried women is astounding. It's like every time one of us gets married, all of a sudden we develop this bitch itch. And now we got to flaunt our love in front of other unmarried women unnecessarily. I think Cynthia was saying that she was in a grocery store the other day and a woman was on the phone and she could see on the woman's caller ID that she had her husband's name put in her phone under my husband. And she was tilting the phone so people could see that she was talking to her husband. And on top of that, every other sentence she was saying, my husband. Now, in other groups, being married is a natural thing. In other groups, it's no big deal. They don't have to flaunt the fact that they have a husband to unmarried women. But in our group, being married is such a big deal to Black women. It is. Yeah, Demetrius laughing. It is a big deal. And mind you, being married is a joyous occasion. You should celebrate. But when you're going all out your way to flaunt your marriage in front of unmarried women on purpose, and I'm talking about the women that do it on purpose. As married now, these women will be married for all of 5 seconds. And all of a sudden, they're a guru on marriage. Now they want to give other people marriage advice, but they only been married a hot second. Marriage ain't even been time tested yet. And you know when your marriage has been time tested. You know. When you can look at your partner, I forget what famous actress said this, but there's a YouTube short. I saw it on a YouTube short. And I think it was Angela Davis or somebody. Demetrius says she and my man land. Exactly. But she was saying that you know when you're in your marriage for the long run, when your marriage actually begins, she said, is when you can look over at your spouse and you hate them. And I can attest to this because I've been married before. You look over at your spouse and you hate them. You be like, what the hell? Why the hell did I marry this person over here? But then also a moment later, you'll think to yourself, but I love this person. Through thick and thin. And you remember the reasons why you chose that person. And the good outweighs the bad. That's when your marriage has started. There's no such thing as no strife in marriages. Some of you are going to be so angry at your spouse, you could throw them over a cliff. And then in the next moment, if somebody else says something to them out the way, you're going to want to defend them. That's when you know it's real. What's up, Topaz? Topaz says, for that woman, he don't even have a name and identity, a title that she is using for her benefit. Shaking my head. Exactly. You know what? And this is the thing. And I'm sorry, I have to get on Black women because this is our Achilles heel. We are in love with the title. My husband, my husband, my husband. That we forget that we're also his wife, his wife, his wife. The same way you got his name saved in your phone as my husband. I bet you all the money I got, he ain't got you saved in his phone as my wife, my wife, my wife. He not going everywhere saying, "Ooh, my darling wife." He's not trying to flaunt the marriage like you trying to flaunt it. So Topaz is completely right. There's always this lopsidedness, isn't it? Good afternoon, underrated darkness. I did get your message. And you know what? One of these days I may do a chop up with you. I definitely would be interested. But right now I'm so busy. I can't drill in a definite timeline. So I can't say that I'm gonna do it right away. But definitely. I really enjoyed that anti chop up that you did. Demetrius Higashikata said, ironically enough, those types of relationships tend to be super toxic, as in the fights be off the chain. I don't know which type of relationships you're talking about, Demetrius, but I do know this. There's always good and bad in a relationship, and there is no such thing as a perfect person. If you think that you are going to go out here and date and find the perfect person that just ain't got no flaws at all, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. You don't even need to be out here dating because you're dating in delusion. You're dating from a place of delusion. If you think you're going to find the super perfect person and that you're not going to have to deal with any flaws. What's up, BMT in the chat? He says, I'm observing. Topaz says, also, black people, I can't bet BG is too much dissension for what gets someone cut off. You're expected to stay to say you have one until at least I got a man is no longer a defense. Vetting don't matter. To me, now vetting really does actually matter to me. And the reason why is, like I said earlier, I don't know if you were here, Topaz, but I was talking about Cynthia G's take on vetting. I was in her live stream yesterday, and she was saying that vetting doesn't help because, you know, how can you vet a liar? That was her stance. And she was saying that, you know, people lie, people pretend to be something that they're not just to get what they want. So how can you vet against a liar? And my stance is vetting does not prevent you from coming into contact with a person that has ill intentions. So if you think that vetting is going to stop you from coming in contact, you're dating once again from a place of delusion. What vetting does is it helps you make a better choice when, not if, but when you do come in contact with somebody that has ill intentions. That is what your standards and that is what your boundaries are for. Exactly, BMT says it takes time to court. And this is the thing that people don't want to do. Because Black women in particular, we're in a hurry to get this title, wife. We're in a hurry to be able to say husband, 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 and as married now. We're in a hurry to get to all of that. But what we're not trying to do is we're not trying to vet these guys to protect ourselves from the immense heartache and time wasted in our lives. So many of us, we date on the curve. We could even be dating a guy we not even remotely attracted to. But we are attracted to being able to say, as married now. So we marry people that we don't even love. And I don't care what anyone says, love is a very, very important ingredient in marriage. So if y'all think that the money is going to cause you to fall in love, think again. There's so many people entering into marriage, but they have no love, they have no respect. They don't even like the person, let alone love them. So you got all these little ladies running into these little marriages and stuff, talking about some getting the bag. And you got all these men running into these marriages talking about getting that big old thick tail in the back. Or they might be a breast man, but it's something based off of superficiality. And a marriage based off superficiality will never work. Not ever. Oh, what's up, GMT is in the house. Grandmaster Troll is in the house, y'all. He says, what's up? So when Cynthia G, says to her audience, hey, we can't vet. There's nothing that we can do. We just can't birth their babies. She's throwing her hands up in the air and she's allowing you an excuse to be stupid. So now if you can't vet them, then that means that there's nothing you can do. Nothing's your fault. You take no responsibility for yourself whatsoever. So now we're going to be sitting out here like, what's her name? I forget that chick that just got pregnant. What the hell is her name? Christian Rock. Christian Rock and that boy been together for I don't know how long. Now she's pregnant. And he's steady whooping her behind. Steadily. Even her father tried to intervene. But I guess Christian Rock, she didn't know until she knew that he was going to beat her behind. And now she's so deep in love, it's not her fault. It is definitely her fault that she's still there. And the only person that can save Christian Rock is Christian Rock. I even saw Tiffany Haddish jump into one of her live streams one day. I was really shocked. Trying to give this girl some advice on leaving that boy alone. BMT says, actually, it's the other way around. Why you say that, BMT? You think Christian Rock is beating on, what is his name? Blueface? You think that she's bad for him? I think they bad for each other. I think that the relationship is toxic to begin with. But the point is, because I'm talking to black women, the point is whatever Christian Rock is going through in that relationship, she could stop that at any time. She sure can. If Christian Rock had standards and boundaries, which, by looking at all the tattoos on her face and body and, the broken teeth and all the pain and suffering she put her body through to be with this guy, she ain't got no standards and boundaries. And that's the problem. So it's mighty funny to me that Cynthia G can say that all you need is standards and boundaries, but you can't vet. The thing about it is having standards and boundaries is part of the vetting process. So Cynthia, you're actually promoting vetting without actually knowing that you're promoting vetting, because having standards and boundaries, that right there, those are the two main ingredients to vetting. That is actually what the vetting process is. Your standards, once again, guys, I'm going to say it again. When you set forth your standards or what your standards are, that's the law. Your boundaries is the enforcement of the law. And it's up to you to enforce your standards. Now, if you choose not to enforce your standards and you let him hit you once and you did not get rid of him. You let him get you pregnant, and then he go online and talk about what a hoe you are and how that's not his baby, and you let that slide. And then the last shoe to drop, he's never going to marry you. And he has said this, Blueface has said this numerous times, that he was never going to marry Christian. So if you're not enforcing the standard, who's to blame? So see, Cynthia G, when she tells women there's nothing, you can't vet, there's nothing you can do when you're dealing with somebody that's lying. That's bullshit. And what it actually does is it sets you up for the same stuff to happen over and over again, because enforcing your standards and boundaries, that is and it does take a lot of practice. So the earlier you learn to enforce your standards and boundaries, it becomes easier and easier and easier to do. But the earlier you learn not to enforce standards and boundaries, it becomes harder to, first of all, set standards, and then it becomes harder to enforce those standards when you have built a lifetime of letting people walk all over you. It's going to feel like a foreign concept. And I know I was a young woman once. In my younger years, I did not have standards and boundaries. And so by the time I got through getting my ass kicked by life in these relationships, when I finally decided, you know what, it's time for me to stop letting people walk all over me. Because that's what you're doing. You're being a doormat when you don't have standards and boundaries. No matter how tough you think you are, no matter how strong your voice is or how loud you can shout and curse, because Christian Rock, she can curse with the best of them, can't she? Oh, you think she rough and tough, but she's a doormat. Even with all her yelling, screaming, and cursing, she's a doormat. The strongest women that I have ever seen, they moved in a silent grace. And I want to talk about that silent grace for a moment. The strongest women that I've ever seen, I remember my Aunt Margaret. She was dating this guy named Daniel. And oh, my Aunt Margaret, she was so beautiful, and she moved with grace, and she always had a regal aura about herself. Well, that was because she never ever allowed anyone to break the laws of how she reigns her life and herself. As soon as anybody breaks those laws that she set forth for herself, she enforces her boundaries. And she was taught to do so at an early age. So it was like second nature to her when she found out that Daniel, whom she was engaged to, had cheated on her. She was 3 months away from getting ready to walk down the aisle. But then she enforced her boundary to protect herself from entering into a marriage with this guy that would have been toxic because he was a liar. And he did not mean her any good. He only wanted to be with her because she was stable. And so when she uncovered the lie and he could no longer act, she enforced her boundaries. She did not grade him on the curve. She did not move out of desperation because she could have got the title. But she decided that the title was not worth her life with a person that would treat her this way. She knew that if she accepted what he did and moved on with the marriage, that is what she would be signing up for within that marriage. And that would have been her wasting her time. She quickly got rid of Daniel. And then later on down the road, she met William, who was much better than Daniel. So she moved Daniel out the way to make space for William. And see, I want Black women to get this. Y'all act as if there are not other men on the face of this earth. There are plenty of men out here. You do not have to settle for somebody that's out to use and abuse you. And when you run into that, you have to exercise enforcing your standards and your boundaries. It's an exercise. It's something that you got to get used to doing. And once you're used to doing it, it will become second nature. If you're not used to doing it, you are going to be used to being treated like a doormat. You're going to be used to men talking down to you. You're going to be used to men being able to lower your self-esteem. And so you think that you're not worthy of something better. And then you're going to be used to not taking accountability for things that you have total control over. Let's see what Topaz is saying down here. She has a lot of nice, good, a lot of good things to say. I appreciate Topaz. She says, so when a woman finds out he is a liar, will she get support for leaving him, or will she be berated for not having a title? That's a good question, Topaz. The thing is, that is your life at the end of the day. None of these women are going to support you if you stay with him and he's kicking your behind left and right either. None of these people are going to support you either way. As Black women, we're pretty much typically damned if we do and damned if we don't. So it's just better for us to move and make decisions in our own best interest. Damn what anybody else got to say. Like I said, Margaret, she always moved within her best interest, and it always turned out favorable to her. It didn't mean that she didn't meet people that tried to lie and deceive her or use and abuse her. She met them, but she enforced her standards and her boundaries strictly, and she got rid of them. So it's not to say you'll never meet them and that nothing bad is ever going to happen to you, but you don't have to stay in the situation and deal with anything like that. It's called self-love at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's called you choosing you in spite of what anybody else has to say or what they think. So that's a good question. And Topaz also says, yes, you have to be willing to do it anyway, but for some people it's easier said than done. Exactly. And that's the reason why I said, Topaz, that's the reason why I did say it is something that you have to practice. I know it's easier said than done, but if you're so busy giving in to what you normally do, then it makes it harder and harder to enforce your boundaries. Kind of like if a woman wants to lose weight. I'm going to use the weight thing, for example. If you're used to eating bad food, you don't have any self-discipline or self-control about yourself, to eat food that is good for your body, then the more you eat the bad food and you don't try to discipline yourself to eat better, then the harder it's going to be for you to move into a situation or a space in your mind where you can make better choices for yourself that's healthier. But the more you exercise healthier choices, the easier it becomes. It becomes second nature. Your body begins to get used to eating the healthy food. Your taste buds will also get acclimated to eating healthy food. And so then it makes it easier for you to move away from the bad food. Well, that's just like in relationships. You can look at a man that is a liar, manipulator, womanizer as bad food. That is bad food, sis. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to start getting used to being around people that have better traits. And you're going to have to get used to enforcing strictly your diet of being around better people. Some of us are addicted to being around bad people because somehow it's a comfort to us. Somehow we don't think that we deserve better than that. Some of you'll be thinking, oh, well, I'm big anyway. I'm never going to get skinny. And so you get to eating to comfort yourself. And that's the same way some of you will sit up here and say, oh, well, you know what? I'm ugly anyway. I'm overweight. What man is going to want me? And so you continue to take these subpar individuals that do not deserve you. And surrounding yourself doesn't have to start with just who you date. Surrounding yourself with good people can also start with your friends. If your friends are eating bad food, then 9 times out of 10, you're going to be eating bad food with them. If your friends are making bad choices, you're going to be making bad choices with them. You have to get with people who are going to support you making good choices. And if there are none, then you have to be your own best friend and support yourself. And a lot of people don't want to do that because sometimes the journey to being a better person is lonely, because there's not many people that embark on that journey successfully, because they don't want to give up all the things that they were used to that were toxic. And I'll just use this as an example. Like me, I used to like guys that was like DMX's character Tommy and Belly. I used to like guys like this. The tall, dark skinned, chiseled up, tatted up, gangster. I thought that was so sexy. And it was so toxic. It was so toxic. It took me a long time to get that monkey off my back. Because not only was I attracted to that, but a lot of the people that I hung around with was attracted to that. And so I began to realize when I tried to start incorporating better people into my life, the old people that I was hanging around with would get into arguments and fights with the new people that I was trying to bring into my life that weren't toxic. And then you have to make a choice. And everybody can't come with you on your journey. Everybody not going to be able to come. And see, that's the other thing that people don't want to come to terms with. Some people going to have to be left behind in order for you to make the journey successfully. So the minute I started purging my life of toxic individuals, that is when my life began to turn around. What's up, the original woman sphere? I see you down there. I love you too, sis. Love you, love you, love you. And woman sphere is another very positive person whom I am very, very happy to have met in my life. And going to her channel is a joy as well. It's very much a joy. And I'm so happy to see the transition. So happy. But yes, as Topaz says, you have to be willing to do it anyway. But for some, she says, for some people, it's easier said than done. I understand that. I understand that, Topaz. For some people, it is easier said than done. Like I said, I went almost into my late 30s fighting demons. So I know how hard it is. But as long as you have breath in your body, you can get that monkey off your back. And you can begin to make better choices for yourself as a woman. See, all of these things that we like to use as excuses and as crutches, we are going to have to separate ourselves from those crutches. And we're going to have to hobble it on our own. Those toxic friends that you have over there in the background, they don't want to see you improving. Because if you improve, then it's going to make them look bad. Let me say it again. If you improve, it is going to make them look bad. So, of course, they're not going to support you. So you will have to change the people that you work with, the people that you spend time with, the people that you have in your inner circle. They're going to have to change out of necessity for you to change. Topaz also says, my platform is an overhaul of Black culture, one that wants better for ourselves and others. Better looks like more logic and emotional balance. That's where my comments come from. Okay, I get you. I get you. No, and Topaz, I don't think that you and I are disagreeing at all. I don't think we're disagreeing at all. But I am, kind of expounding and explaining upon my point. Because like I said, when Cynthia said what she said yesterday in her live stream, it just kind of triggered me. It triggered me in such a way because I hate to see women giving other women an excuse not to do better. And like I said, with the better class of women, when women heard me say the word better, it triggered a lot of you. That word better triggers a lot of you. But there is a better. I keep telling you, even when you go into the grocery store and you're looking at fruit, you are looking at the fruit, you're squeezing it, you're looking at the color, and there's some fruit that's better than others. And the fruit that isn't better than the other fruit, you don't put that in your grocery cart, do you? You take the fruit that's better than the fruit that's kind of soft and squishy or has a smell to it. There is a better. Just like if you go and you look for a car, you're going to take the car on a test drive. The car that seems to drive the best to you, the car that has the better mileage on it, well, you're not going to get the car with the high mileage that didn't drive or that didn't have a smooth ride to you. You're going to get the car that has the better ride and the better mileage and the better price. So there's always a better. And some people are better than others. Some women are better than others. Some men are better than others. Yes, Eugene still says vetting is paramount. It sure is. So don't be afraid to say that you were better than you were way back when. Don't be afraid to say that in comparison to this person, I'm way better than she is or he is. There's nothing wrong with saying I'm better than that. Now, on a human level, we're all humans and we deserve basic dignity, basic respect. But a higher level of respect is earned. I was listening to Woman Sphere do one of her podcasts, and she made mention of that. There's a certain level of dignity and respect that you have to earn at a higher level than what is basic. So on a basic level, yeah, we're all humans. But on a higher level, some humans are better than others. Some of you humans ain't worth shit. Now, I would definitely say I am better than the woman that drowned her kids in the tub. Because all of my kids are here, healthy, married, some of them in school. So there is a better. The man that paid child support and he's also in his kid's life and he's active in his kid's life is better than the man that does not take care of his children, don't even try to see them, or nothing. There is a better. But as soon as you try to tell people what's common, this is common sense. But common sense ain't common. And most of the people who are ranting and raving and not wanting you to draw a line in the sand and differentiate between what is better and what is not better, I guarantee you those are the people who are worse. And they need to get better. So they don't want you to differentiate. They want the lines to be blurred. I told you this a long time ago. Let's see what Woman Sphere is saying down here. Oh, wait a minute. Eugene says something too. He says also, what you look in the mirror is what others will look at. You may think one way about yourself, but others may think something else when they look at you. Exactly. So you have to also be very, very aware of what you're projecting to the world. And is this the image that you want to project? I am very, very aware of the image that I want to project to the world. So I try my best not to purposely project an image that is not the best that I have. The original Woman Sphere says you should create a step-by-step plan to achieve a goal, Faith. Let's see, for women and men, you're very structured, almost anally, but that energy is a gift. Maybe a journal or something. Thank you, Woman Sphere. I appreciate that. I don't know if I appreciate her saying that I'm anal about it, but you know what? I'm working on myself. I'm really trying to work on being less judgmental. And I think I have gotten better at being less judgmental. But for sure, I definitely enforce standards and boundaries. I believe in it. I believe in people loving themselves first, irregardless to what anybody else has to say. I believe in respecting other people because when I respect others, that is a reflection of who I am. But if you do not vet these men, you are going to consistently keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And I will say it now, and I will keep saying this. The reason why some of you keep making the same mistakes over and over again is because you do not have standards and boundaries, and you are not using those standards and boundaries to vet. Standards and boundaries are the key components to a vetting process. And everybody's standards and values are different. Now, if you want basic standards and boundaries as a woman, basic standards, on a basic level, you should expect for a man that you're dating to have his own money, his own car, his own place that he's living in that he takes care of on his own. That's on a basic level. If he can't even meet that, he's not even ready to date. On a basic level, he should have viable employment. On a basic level, he should be practicing good hygiene. So when you meet him, he looks presentable. This is basic boundary stuff. And on a basic level, he should be respectful towards you and anybody that's dealing with you, your parents, your children. He should be respectful on a basic level. These are basic things that you can look out for. And if the person doesn't even meet the basic criteria, then damn, your personal criteria, he's not going to be able to meet that either. But Black women so desperate. We so desperate to have a man. We can't even enforce the basic boundaries. I see some of y'all out here with these guys, they be all dirty. They don't even shave. They don't get regular haircuts. They don't even look like they bathe. They all fat and overweight, got overlapping bellies. Or some of them old enough to be your granddad. Oh, just all the basic standards all out the window with some of y'all. Some of y'all are with guys that don't even look like they brush their teeth. And when you bring these guys to the forefront and I see them, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm scratching my head. I'm like, how the hell do you all expect me to think that you got a good thing going on here? And this is what you're bringing out into the world to say that this represents your other half. That says a lot about you. It says a lot about you as a woman. I don't care if you brush your teeth. That's a basic standard too. You're supposed to brush your teeth. But if you're brushing your teeth and you're making sure your nails are done and the toenails and the fingernails are matching and you're put together nicely with your outfit and your hair is on fleek, but your man standing next to you looks like a bum. That right there tells me you don't have very much standards and boundaries, sis. You don't have, not even on a basic level for your man. This is what you're going to lay down with. And you can try to justify, oh, he got money. This is the reason why I'm with grandpa. Grandpa walking around, he got his dentures falling out. You over here pushing him in a wheelchair. Oh, look, my husband, I's married now. You can have that, sis. You can definitely have that. I see that he done found himself a free nurse. The desperation is what I want to stop seeing. The delusion. Half of these men that are within your dating bracket, they're not going to be rich, sis. So that means that in this day and age, especially with this inflation that we have going on, some of us are going to also have to roll up our sleeve and build with a man. Yes, sis, we going to have to build together like we used to do back in the day. See, a lot of people talk about the marriages of old, but they kind of leave out the part where grandma and granddad build together. Granddad didn't have it all, especially that this whole marrying into money has never been a black woman's story. And all this talk about hypergamy and all this type of stuff. Ladies, y'all gonna keep getting taken in by the fairy tale, or you're going to deal with reality. And if you can finally deal with reality, then you can finally get your happily ever after for real. Yes, Q Savage, we do. We do fail to do self-analysis. Just like with the situation with the Carly Russell sister. And I really went to bat for this sister. I was really hoping that it was mental illness. It still may be mental illness. But the sister's desperation, her desperation, she went out here and concocted a whole cockamamie bull story about seeing a toddler on the side of the highway at nighttime just so she can get her fiance back. She could not deal with the fact that that man had moved on with the stripper. He fell in love with the stripper. She rocking, she rolling. She grinding that pole and he in love with the stripper. She couldn't deal with it. And instead of her enacting self-love by enforcing her standards and her boundaries, she began to grade that Negro on the curve. Now, if his standards and boundaries were such that he would skip over the nurse to get with the stripper, then sis, you dodged a bullet. Some of you don't realize when you have dodged a bullet. When his lies and his deception, when the real him starts to come through, why don't you celebrate? Instead, we start grading these Negroes on the curve. Yeah, he cheated on me, but I'm better than her. He will eventually see that she's a stripper and I'm a nurse, and I'm much better than she is. And all I have to do is just fake like I'm missing, and he'll come back and rescue me. And then that's when your man start going into the world of make believe. Now, what would have happened if Carly Russell had actually been used to loving herself and enforcing her standards and boundaries? She would have been able to see that situation for what it was. She would have put her grown woman panties on, and she would have been able to leave him where he's at for the streets. But no, her desperation kicked in. And now she's facing 2 charges. Demetrius Hagashikata said, AKA my man land. Exactly. Exactly, Eugene Steele. Carly would have probably gained a better man like my aunt did. My aunt got rid of lying Daniel, and she got with William, who was better for her. Sometimes you have to, in order for a good man to walk into your life, you have to get rid of the bad one. Some of you guys are holding on to these horrible, horrible men who are so toxic to your lives. And you act like there are no other men on earth but that one. That one that keep lying to you. That one who you keep stealing his phone, and you're going through his phone and you're constantly seeing new DMs, new text messages from new women constantly. Like, how many times you going to see this before you actually take action, sis? See, your inability to take action is the reason why he keep walking all over you like you're a doormat. You're the reason why he's walking over you like a doormat, because you allow it. If you would open your eyes, and Carly Russell is not a bad looking young woman. She puts herself together rather nicely. I saw a lot of people trying to tear down her looks with that one picture that she had when she didn't have her wig or her makeup on. But we all know that on a regular basis, that young woman was keeping up her appearance, and she was looking like those pictures that she took when she wore her hair and her makeup and she was putting herself together. That's what she looked like on a regular basis. So she's not a bad looking girl at all. Have a nice shape. Probably when she walked down the street, there are plenty of men turning their heads every time she walked. But she's stuck on this guy who's in love with a stripper while she's in nursing school. Make it make sense. Young woman, bright future, no children, in nursing school, and she's stuck on a man that's in love with a stripper. Sis, where is your standards and values? And why didn't your daddy and your mama teach you how to enforce those standards and values? But we all know that your daddy, he ain't much good. He's a cook. I could tell by just watching him when they were on that interview. His wife is the one that wears the pants in that family. So it's no wonder, sis, you don't know what a strong man looks like, because you've been under a weak one for years. Yeah, her daddy was weak. See, we sat up here and we made all types of assumptions about the mama, but can we talk about that weak ass daddy for a minute? He's sitting up there knowing it's all a lie. And yet he just going along. He don't have a plan. Your daddy didn't even have a plan for what was going to happen after the fact. And I just want to veer off on this Carly Russell thing for a second, because Another thing that I noticed, and I'm going to just say this briefly and get back to my topic. But don't any of you think is mighty suspicious that white lawyer of hers did not use the insanity plea? How you got a lawyer and you facing 2 criminal charges? 2. But you got a lawyer? How your lawyer sitting up here telling you to confess everything? Whatever happened to you have a right to remain silent? Not even George Zimmerman admitted to any fault until after the case was over between him and Trayvon. I'm just sitting here wondering, like, where they do that at? Where did she get this lawyer from? Was this the public defender? And if not, they need to get their money back. So I just wanted to get on my soapbox real quick about that whole situation. I thought that was quite interesting that her lawyer just had her talk and confess. It just seems like her lawyer might have been setting her up. I don't know, but what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not saying I'm a lawyer. I'm just saying it seems mighty suspicious. That's all. It seems mighty suspicious to me. But getting back to my point, Carlee Russell, if she had of exercised standards and boundaries, she could have just simply cut that man out of her life. It is no matter how difficult it might have been, because she was engaged to him and everything. But because she was not taught to ever love herself more than having a title, because I'm quite sure that mammy of hers probably enforced the fact that she was engaged and that she was getting ready to have a title like her. I believe that this is all her parents instilled in her, was that, hey, you go to college, you become an AKA, you the shit. They pumped her head up, but they didn't enforce self-love. Arrogance is not self-love. I've seen many women who are arrogant and they end up falling short. Oh, and when an arrogant woman meets her demise, it is so delicious. And that is what happened with Carlee Russell. They had a tweet where she was going back and forth with the stripper, and she was tearing that woman down, telling that woman how she wasn't this and how she wasn't that. And I'm a pretty bitch and all this other stuff. Arrogant. And still, even with you being a pretty bitch, you got low self-esteem. Pretty bitches get cheated on too. I hate to keep on saying a cliche. Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce, but it's true. You being pretty ain't got nothing to do with you being a doormat. You're just a pretty doormat. And there's all kinds of doormats. I've seen some ugly doormats. I've seen some fugly doormats. I've seen some beautiful doormats, some pretty doormats, some average looking doormats, regular doormats. But at the end of the day, they're all doormats and people walk on them. Oh, hugs and kisses to Mahogany Roots in the house. She says they have the worst self-esteem. Yes, there are a lot of pretty women do have the worst self-esteem. because so many men run to them, they get ran through like 40 going north. And I don't care if you're pretty, if you're average, if you're not very attractive or whatever. The woman that has standards and boundaries is the woman that will not be treated like a doormat. I know a woman by the name of Angela. She is a highly paid computer programmer in Chicago. And she's overweight, average looking woman. But she loves herself to death. Loves herself to death. This is another lady that has high standards and very, very strict boundaries. And any man getting with her, she carries herself with such an air of being a queen. She has a quiet dignity about herself that any man that's lucky to be in her orbit automatically feels like he's how can I say, like he's in a special place. That's how women that have standards and boundaries make people feel when they're in your orbit. When a person comes into your orbit as a woman, you have to make it seem as if they're privileged to be there, because not everybody qualifies to be in your orbit. Not just anybody can be there. Just like not just anybody can be in my orbit. There's a certain man that I have to have in my orbit. He's got to be intelligent. He's got to have principles. He's got to have values. And if he doesn't have any of that, he can't get in my orbit to begin with. So if you're floating around in Faith's orbit, you're privileged. If you've ever been in my inner circle, I thought extremely highly of you. If you're one of the people that I talk to offline, that I have conversations with intimately, like D. Durrell and I, we regularly have conversations. Me and BMT, we have regular conversations. Mahogany Roots and I have regular conversations. Me and Asia, AP from the Bronx, she and I have regular conversations. But these are people that have great character. And that is not to say that they're perfect. I've learned to stop being judgmental about everybody. And shout out to Women's Sphere that helped me with that. But I still have my standards and my boundaries, even for my friends. So if I ever called you a friend, if I ever let you in my orbit, you are a special person. Because honestly, I really, really don't let too many people up in here. And that's how can I say, women who are classy. That's how classy women who have an air of regalness about themselves, a quiet dignity. That's how they carry themselves. You are lucky to be in their orbit. And it's not the person being arrogant. Because I'm not an arrogant person. Anybody that knows Faith, they know that Faith isn't arrogant. There's a different quality to that goes beyond just arrogance. There's a self-assuredness that gives you that regal quality where you don't even have to boast on yourself. Others will boast for you because of how you have carried yourself, and your crown is always straight. You don't have to get down and dirty all the time, even though sometimes, and I said this before in my Better Class of Women, being classy does not mean a doormat, and there's a time and a place to get down and dirty too. But if you're doing it on a regular and continuous basis, you're finding yourself having to go down to the gutter constantly. That's a problem. There are some people that don't deserve your energy like that. Oh, thank you so much, Mahogany. And you're sweet as well, Mahogany, with the $5 super chat. And let me go ahead and give you your thanks, because I always appreciate anybody that supports the channel. Yes, your super chats, your cash apps, your thumbs up, and please thumbs up the video. All of that helps support the channel and keep me on top. Exactly, Eugene. That's the key, how you carry yourself. And it's so very important. So now I've been talking for about a good hour and 22 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the panel and invite some of you to come up. If you have a message that you would like to give to women about the importance of vetting, about the importance of how you carry yourself and keeping that crown straight, if you have a message that you would like to impart, I invite you to come up. If you have a personal story that you would like to share, I would like for you to come up. And I want you to share with the audience and with the young ladies who will be viewing this even now and in the future. Because I'm telling you that there is a need for us, especially as elders. There is a need for us to have more of these conversations because, like I said, Carly Russell evidently did not have anybody in her life teaching her to love herself. All right. I have Mahogany Roots and I have Dr. Steele. All right. I do see that Mahogany was first. What's up, Mahogany?
Hey, what's up, sweetie? I couldn't help it. Every time you go live, I gotta hit the link. No, but it's. I'm glad you're talking about this. I was, you know how I surf. Peace to everybody in the chat. Peace to Mrs. Steele. But I was literally sitting. I was in another chat room, and a gentleman was over there talking about finances. But it was just funny to me. He had very stern standards, which I don't think there's anything wrong with his standards. But one of his standards was he won't even take a woman seriously if she has bad credit. And I started thinking to myself, you know, what if women started? And I think I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of us, especially Black women, we do need to raise our standard. We really do. But he was saying that in order for him to date a woman, he does a credit check. Now, I wouldn't go that far, especially not without the person's permission. I'm not saying do all that, but I do think that I hear it in this space a lot. I literally go from chat room to chat room listening, and it's a lot of people, men and women, that tell women pretty much to accept anything, to lower their standards. In the meantime, the men have the highest of standards. So I do think we need to have a bit of a higher standard for ourselves. We're entitled just like everybody else is entitled. And I've been preaching that since I had my channel. You know, he's saying, okay, he wants you to have good credit. Well, I would propose to women to say, yes, make sure the man has good credit, right? But also make sure that before you're sexually active with him, make sure you know his history with his children. Make sure you know his history with his family members. How does he treat them? Make sure that he take his ass to the clinic. Make sure that he is STD free. You know what I'm saying? All those things. If they can have standards, we should be able to have standards also. I just think for so long, a lot of us have been told to just accept anything, and it's a huge problem. But that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Okay, no, wonderful. I think that is good advice. to be honest with you, especially, making sure that both of you are making sure that your health is on point as well. That should be a standard too. Just
Yes.
like men want women to be fit, feminine, and friendly. Ladies, I think that we should start making it a standard for the men that we date, because I've heard it a lot. A lot of women are starting to get with these men, especially as we age. And a lot of these guys are trying to lock down a woman so that she can nurse him, back to health, or be there for him before he dies. They're looking for a free nurse.
Ah,
So a lot of these guys be knowing that something's wrong with them health wise, and then and only then is when they scramble to find a wife, somebody to take care of them. And then next thing you know, I kid you not, um, one lady that I know, she's in her 50s. She married a guy who was like 58. He was just a few years older than her. And then right after they got married was when he told her that he had cancer.
yeah.
What a
Yeah,
coincidence.
yeah, that is so screwed up. You know what, too, Faith, and I'm gonna let you speak, Dr. Steele, but oh God, it was just on the tip of my tongue. They're looking for a nurse, but they've done all the playing around and had all the fun, and so it's now okay. Now I'm ready to settle down. It's kind of like you're the person that they choose finally to settle down with, and I don't think that's fair. We need to have some standards for ourselves, just like some of them do. We need to have the same standards. For instance, if he does have multiple kids all over the place, don't open your womb to that. Don't even waste your time with that. Why would you waste your time with somebody that has multiple kids that aren't taking care of them? Why would you put yourself through that? So we need to raise the standards also. I'll be quiet.
All right. Well, I do see that Dr. Steele has been here patiently waiting. What's going on, Dr. Steele? And then we'll go to Demetrius. There's someone waiting in the back. Your camera's on, but it's fuzzy, and also you don't have a screen name, so I don't know who you are. So if I could just see who you are. Oh, hold on. Is that I know who that is. Okay, hold on. You can come on up. Goodness. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Steele.
Well, first and foremost, I want to sort of testify what you and Mahogany Roots, talked about, just accepting anybody. I myself have made that mistake 4 times. I did not do any proper vetting. I did not have any standards for myself because I was just lonely. Okay, and when you accept somebody, I mean, you get to see the red flags, early on. But I pretty much ignored it because somebody echoing.
Okay, there's a lot of feedback on somebody's mic. I'm gonna start
Oh,
muting some mics. Okay. All right, go ahead.
okay. So anyway, you know, I pretty much ignored the red flags, and after that fourth mistake, I said, "Look, I had enough of this." Okay, so my idea is to to look for somebody that I want. But at 53, uh, it's a challenge to find.
Okay,
Uh,
Q Savage, you got a lot of echo in the background. If you have YouTube playing in the background, please make sure YouTube isn't playing, and also turn on echo canceling in StreamYard. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
all right. Anyway, but at 53, it's getting to be a little bit challenging because for one thing, I don't know where to look to find somebody in my age group. But if I do, I make sure I vet the person. Also, what I want to say is this: you know, people nowadays, just like I did, want to bypass the vetting, or sometimes, and I think this is more so than often, people try to use sex as part of the vetting process. And my rule was always this: never let sex be your first priority or your main objective. Okay, I want to. I want to know more about this person, before you do that. Because I mean, yeah, looks is one half of the equation, but many people forget attitude is another important half of it as well. And I think that's all I got for right now.
That is true. The attitude is extremely important. What do you feel about love? Does love play a role in it as well? Is it important that you actually care for and love the person that you want to spend the rest of your life with?
Oh, absolutely. It is absolutely important. I mean, that's, I mean, I think that's the real reason why couples should form in the first place, to build that love for each other. And and especially in marriage, for what I heard, love is almost out of the equation. But I thought love was the main purpose of marriage. That's what I thought.
Well, now, people are saying that marriage is a business, and to the extent of as far as like assets and everything like that, it is. And in past, a lot of rich families did use the businesses merging through marriage as a thing. But as time, went on, love has been the main reason why people did get married. The whole, arrangement of marriages and different things like that, trying to merge dynasties through marriage. That's a thing of the past. It's not something that is relevant to the regular average person. So I just wanted to put that out there. But absolutely good points. Okay, so now we have also Demetrius Higashikata on the panel, as well as Q Savage. So we're going to go with Demetrius first, and then we're going to go over to Q Savage. Demetrius?
Hello?
Hey, I can hear you. There you go. How you doing?
Hey, I'm I'm alright. I just got off my shift, so I'm a bit, you know, scrambled a bit because I just got home too. Um, so here's the thing. Uh, it's kind of like what Dr. Seal said. When you get tired of it, you'll take notice of the stuff you don't want to deal with anymore, and how to get to that place faster, or to it to a state of mind where you don't even have to go through all that. Literally just examine each relationship in such negative situation from A to Z. Don't leave nothing unturned, even if you thought it was good. And then you should be all right. You know what to do. But trust me, when you come across in your mind, when you run it back, you know what to do. You just have to, take a step back, think it out. It's kind of like think before you talk, think before you act type deal.
Exactly. And that's called being self-aware. That's called, being able to step back from the situation and look at it in an analytical view, removing all emotions. And that's the thing that a lot of people are not able to do. If you're in a situation where you found out some devastating information about your partner who you thought you were going to spend the rest of your life with, and it's something that's really catastrophic, like they cheated on you, or you found out that their whole persona is a lie, or you found out that, they had been, stealing from you, or you're trying to get over on you, or you're in a situation where you feel as if this person has taken so many advantages over you, well, then it's time for you to step back and analyze your situation from an unemotional aspect. You're going to have to remove your emotions, and you're going to have to, for yourself, analyze whether or not the juice is worth the squeeze. And if the bad outweighs the good, then the juice is not worth the squeeze, and you need to get out of that situation. It is a toxic situation for you. So exactly. Thank you so much, Demetrius. Okay,
Yeah,
last but not least, Q Savage. Q, did you have your audio together?
Hey, Faith, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Did you want to add to the conversation? What did you want to share with us?
Yeah, well, I totally believe that vetting is possible. It should be possible for both parties or whatever, because we live in a day and age. Times is changing. We in the age of AI. You don't even know who you're talking to. It may be a real person. It might be artificial intelligence. So I totally agree with vetting people, because you don't know if you're talking to a robot or not. I agree with that. And plus too, with that situation with the credit thing, I totally agree with that, because one of my female friends, she tried to call me for advice. She just broke up with her boyfriend over in Cincinnati, and I told her the honest truth. I said this guy was doing. I mean, he was on looking out for her, taking on trips. I mean, taking care of bills or whatever. So she told me, she said she wanted to file for bankruptcy. So I said, well, if you gonna tell your boy, I mean, you gonna tell your boo. No, I mean, you gonna tell him if he could probably help you out, try to get it working on a special type of way. She said, no, I ain't gonna tell him nothing. Well, lo and behold, they broke up right after that. So I mean, so like I said, vetting is good. So situations like that, no, I mean, you just don't know.
That's true.
It kind of fucked me up. It kind of make me mad, Faith, for the simple fact is I hear a whole bunch of women saying that they can't find these dudes or whatever. But I'm trying to figure out, how do you label a dude that can't provide food, clothing, and shelter for himself, and you ain't noticed in the very beginning?
Facts.
It's
I
like I
mean,
said, like running that stuff back in your head, even after like a day of interaction or like the first date, it'll save you a lot of trouble.
Let's keep it real. If I'm a female, whatever, and I'm feeling a dude or whatever, first thing I'm gonna do is before I go inside, I'm gonna ask to use his bathroom. I'm gonna ask to use his bathroom. I mean, if you give me type of hesitation about the bathroom, then you know something up.
Really? The bathroom? Like what's going on with the bathroom situation, Q?
I mean,
Cleanliness,
no, because
organization.
no, for simple fact, it's like most guys or whatever, they might be afraid of their place or whatever. They're not sure you when they want to live. So say you go to his house, for example, you like, can I use your bathroom, whatever. That's a simple thing. I mean, you ain't gonna stand and let a woman pee on herself.
That's true. That's true. And then you would be able to walk through the house and just kind of see, how clean the house is, how organized the person is, like Demetrius said. So that is a good thing. That's true.
Yeah, so like I said, it goes for both parties, because we live in strange times, people. Know what I mean? I mean, inflation going up. Know what I mean? It's homosexuals on both ends, females and males. So just gotta yeah, you gotta vet. I mean, you do.
You know what? I'm glad you brought up inflation because it's about to go up again. Now there's
Yeah,
two different types of inflation. There's demand inflation, and then there's cost inflation. Demand inflation is actually going down. So when the Democrats get on TV, and let me just put y'all up on game. When you hear political candidates get on television and lie, oh hey, what's up, Beach? I see you down there, Beachy.
Hi, Beach.
When these candidates get up there and lie and say that inflation is going down, you have to ask them which inflation is going down. Demand inflation is going down because cost inflation is going up. Cost inflation is what makes everything expensive.
you take
Your
it to the house.
food, the interest rates, all of that. So when they get up there and lie and say, "Oh, inflation is down," yeah, demand inflation is down, but cost inflation is up. So that they didn't lie, but they omitted. So I need you guys to pay attention to that. And cost inflation is going to go up again. Right now, it's the highest it's ever been in history. It used to be at 0.25% and went up to 0.53%. And now it's going up another 20 points. And they're going to continue to increase it. So it's about to get real out here. There's going to be more homelessness, more people moving into their vehicles because you're not going to be able to afford housing or food. So get it together, people.
When y'all, I want to add a little bit more onto what I said. Uh, so I did mention, yes, I agree with the man. Like I was over there on the breakdown, they were talking about financial standards and a person having good credit. But let me just say this. Even though I do think people it's I think it's just good for people to have good quality standards. However, I don't believe necessarily in being a stickler. There's a difference. Like, say me and I'll just use Dr. Steele for example. Say me and Dr. Steele are dating, and he's upfront with me about his credit, and it's not where he wants it to be. Let's say we're further down. Of course, we're not going to get into this on the first date. Me and him have been dating for several months now, and we're having a discussion. I'm not going to say, oh, this is completely off because, your credit score is not where I want it to be. What I would probably do if I cared about him was work with him and help him get it where it needs to be. Or we work with each other. I'm one thing I am a little worried about, especially when it comes to a lot of the topics in the spaces. Yes, we want standards. We want men and women to have higher standards, but at the same time, I don't believe in what I call it, lashing the whip. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like when you do that too, that you could be possibly walking away from a good thing. I know plenty of people that have college debt and they're working on it, and some of them have paid it off. So it is possible to have debt and be working on it or paying it off. I just don't want us to be sticklers like, oh, this person is this way and I just absolutely cannot work with this. I think we have to be reasonable. We got to remember that nobody's perfect. And you have to, like I think Faith was saying earlier, you have to kind of choose. You have to choose what your limits are. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe I don't want somebody with a whole bunch of kids all over the place. But if a man he's been married once, his wife passed away and he's got kids by that same woman, well, that's a different story. So we have to just keep the balance and not be too strict, but within balance. I just keep that in mind.
So I believe the concept that you're talking about is practicing like standards and preferences with compassion, as
Yes.
opposed to like without compassion. Because I think what often happens in these conversations is a lot of people end up getting like dehumanized in the process, or in the process of talking about this stuff, they dehumanize other people.
Well,
Not and
okay.
not
Well,
understand. Go
let
ahead.
me
Go
let
ahead,
me
Faith.
ask you something real quick, because okay, we were gonna do this whole practicing standards with compassion, right? So what if the woman got 4 kids by 3 different daddies?
So,
It's all about not overextending yourself. If you know that's something that you don't want to deal with, then there's nothing wrong with it. Like letting her go.
yeah, exactly. Like, that's definitely not an easy situation, especially like if a man that has never dealt with women with kids, or multiple baby daddies. That would not be good. So I'm just talking about, because like I said, you weren't over at the show, but the guy was just adamant about she can't have any debt. She can't have any debt. And my thing is, most people, especially if they go to college, are going to have some kind of debt. He didn't even
Yeah,
want her to have
but the thing about it is not even just debt, Mahogany, but most people, if they're past the age of 30, they're going to have some kind of life. Most
Mhm,
people past the age of 30 have either been married before or they have kids. So
mhm.
that's going to be a real factor. But the thing about it is, okay, if we already know that past the age of 30, you're going to run into these people that have these past lives. So the lady that has the 4 kids, okay, by 3 different baby daddies, she done lived a lot of life, but she has damn good credit and she has a damn good job, and she's doing a damn thing.
But
Now,
do
to
her kids
me,
listen to her?
does the kids listen to her? I mean, I would say, yeah, in this scenario, I'm just use this scenario. In this scenario, yes,
Alright.
she's
That's
a catch.
important. That's important though. That's important.
Yeah, she's a catch. The kids listen to her. They're mannerable. She's doing a damn thing. So if a woman is doing a damn thing and she has these kids, um, would you jump over her to get to the woman that doesn't have kids? But say, for instance, the woman that doesn't have kids has a lot of debt and a bad attitude.
Do you want my answer, or do you want everybody's answer?
Anybody's answer.
Well, depending how she looks and the amount of children by multiple men, everything else looks good. Besides the kids, everything else, for me, I guess for other men, I would say, you know what? If there's one of you that's doing right, there has to be one that doesn't have the kids that's doing just as right, in my opinion.
Can I say I would like to add, and I'm gonna let them make because it's really not for me, obviously. But
Okay.
I want to say something about I know all types of women, and I know women. My mother actually has been married 3 times, so she would actually be the perfect example of that woman who's had me and my brothers. We all have different fathers. My father died right when I was a baby, and my brother's
Mm,
father was abusive, so they divorced. And then the last husband they divorced, right, and he got sick and died. So but my mom is a very good woman. I think a factor that men need to also consider is how is she raising the children? Are they well mannered? But also, what are her dynamics with the children's father? There's some women that have no association with their kid's father at all, or it's very, very respectable and it's not an issue. And then there's some women that have multiple kids' fathers and it's a nightmare. The guys are calling whenever they want to call, they're very disrespectful. So I think all that comes into play when you're trying to decide on a woman with kids. That's all I wanted to say.
Um, I also want to add something too. Now, fellas, if you're gonna vet a woman who have kids, one thing that you may want to consider: pay attention to how she treats her children,
Mm,
because how
Facts.
she treats children can say a lot.
facts on facts. Because if she's mean to the children and she's very short with them in short time, that would be you too, because her children are very close to her. So that means that the closer she gets to you, that is the same way that she is going to start looking at, treating, and talking and to you. So that's a very good observation.
My observation when dealing with women with multiple children with multiple baby fathers, I want to know I want to know the relationship with your child's father and how did it go down. I want to know did he walk out or you alienating him? That's what I want to know. Did he walk out voluntarily or you alienating him?
So what would be the difference?
I mean, we're walking out. I mean, this is why I feel like a man that walked out. I mean, for one thing, since I know women are real emotional, one thing they will save for that child one day is that if the man sit there and say, I don't want to have nothing to do with you or the child, they will save the email, they will save the voicemail, they will save that for the child. When that day comes, they can hear the message for themselves. So until I sit there and see a message when the female say, well, a man did this, that, and the third, I need to see the evidence. If he ain't got no written evidence saying I want nothing to do with you, then I don't believe it.
But
And
I don't think that too many women are going to save a voicemail or a text message for
they say that text message. No,
I don't
Nah,
think
they,
that's
nah,
gonna
because that's
happen.
traumatic for them. You gotta understand
they
that.
say that text message. They'll say that text message. I don't. They'll say that text message.
Like archive it, like
Yeah,
hide it or something.
What if
yeah.
it was an ex that
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe,
back
maybe.
in the day, my mom's and them, they didn't even have text messages. Some people aren't into like I don't know. I don't think you're always going to get that. I think this is where the vetting and when you just watch. If he's in the children's life, he's picking them up, he's spending some time with them. Watch their dynamics. Watch how she talks to them while they're on the phone. Watch what the kids have to say about it. But I don't think you're going to get necessarily something in black and white on paper or on a text message.
Oh no, I get it through actions, this, that, and the third. Because on alien, because here go the thing, the problem, especially in the black community, it's a whole lot of parental alienation going on that nobody don't like to talk about.
yeah. I still don't think, like I said, that's going to be something that's going to be. You know what I think? I have to look sideways at a person that save every text message, record every phone call. Like, why are you recording the phone call? I had a
It
guy do
sounds like
that
a
to me.
serial manipulator, to be honest with
Right.
you.
Why would you be
Like
doing
that,
that?
like they blackmail a lot.
Yep.
But Alpha Omega says something down the chat, and this brings it back to what I was talking about Cynthia G, because he was saying Cynthia G said on her last live it's impossible to vet men because you
That's
can't
cap.
tell if we're lying. She said that like 15 times, and I know I wasn't the only one. So I'm glad that you said that, Alpha Omega, because somebody would come up in here and be like, "No, she didn't. She didn't say that." Yes, she did. She's like he said. He was listening too. He heard the same thing that I heard.
But the thing about it is that's cap. That's a lie, because here's the thing, like when people are lying, like they do these little, I don't know if y'all know about this. They do these little like fidgets or whatever, like something happens with their body.
I know what
If you like learn to like notice that stuff, you can tell when they're lying.
yeah, they
Like
have
if you like, I don't know, faith factor. Can you? I don't know. I don't know if you'd be lying or something. But like, could your man tell if you were lying about something?
Yeah, I don't have a poker face. Everything shows on my face. If I don't
All right
like
then.
you, it's gonna show on my face. If I'm lying, I'm gonna like kind of roll my eyes around the top of my head a little bit and have this really guilty look on my face, like I'm hiding something. I just look guilty.
Yeah, it's true. People have mannerisms, but I just want to say this, and this is once again, we're going back in circles because this is where the vetting process comes in. The problem is with a lot of the newer generation, I guess, everybody wants to hop into the bed. So
Yes.
anybody can put a poker face on for 30 days, for 1 day, for a week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. And so oftentimes you're so googly gaga, or the sex is new and hot and all this stuff is going on way too fast most of the time, that you overlook, something is wrong, that certain things aren't adding up, but you overlook it. And this is where people get caught up. And I'm gonna be honest, there are some people. I just watched the video the other day. A woman was caught shoplifting. She looked the law enforcement officer in the face and said she didn't steal it. They opened her purse. She had the product in her purse. There are some people that are they are really good at
Yeah,
lying.
there are some good actors out here.
Yeah. So you gotta give it time, and yeah, some of these people are really good at what they do. I know I've been caught before, especially
Yeah,
like when I
Metadoll agrees with you too. She says people lie and can hold a lie for years.
mm-hmm.
And
Well, isn't that a certain type of thing?
how's that?
Nah, because isn't that like a compulsive lie?
But they're
Like
out
where
there.
they
I'm
start to
telling
believe the
you.
lies they tell or something.
And I'm not gonna hog but you know how many men I've ran into, and when I was dating, and they all claim to be good fathers, and then I'll ask them, when's the last time you see your child, and it's been like 6 years. You
Oh,
know how
you're
many
not
men,
hogging anything, Mahogany. This is an open discussion, so
yeah,
anybody can chime in.
and I know you guys are good brothers up here, but there are men and women out here like that. They're just liars, and they're that's why I thank God I'm not on the market. But I've heard some stories, seen some stuff, and been through some stuff myself. Person, you dating them, they got a job. These are young women type mistakes. They fall in love head over heels, right? They already done been laid down by the man, so they're in lust. Next thing you know, oh, I just need a place to stay for a couple of days. How often does that happen? Next thing you know, you got a Negro on your couch that won't pay a bill, conveniently lost the job a few days after he moved in with you.
Ooh, that's
Child,
happened to me a few
this
times.
happens
Yes.
a lot. These people lie to get what they want, and women, we get lied to a lot because a lot of men, not all of y'all, that's why we have to weed y'all out and vet y'all. A lot of y'all just want to bed us, and we know that. The smart ones of us, we know that. That's why we're gonna test you a little bit. We're not gonna just give up our drawers to you and trust that you are who you
And
say
you
you are.
shouldn't.
All these men are
Okay,
claiming to be the good man, that they're all claiming that, all of them.
let me ask you a question.
Let's be clear about that though. And you shouldn't. I don't want people in the comments to like see that as a bad thing. That's a good thing. you should be guarded when you meet strangers, because that's who, think about it, that's who these people really are. They're strangers.
Well, and that's the other thing. Like Cynthia, when I was watching her video yesterday, she played a clip of two guys talking, and one guy said that he could tell everything that a woman wanted, from him just by going to her dating profile. He was like, it's real easy, especially if they have a dating profile and they put in the profile everything that they like, everything that they don't like. He was like, I'm able to go straight to that woman and I can morph into whatever she likes and whatever, and avoid whatever she doesn't like, and I can get whatever I want from her.
Mental illness.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, for the fact technically he just playing the game because common sense tell you that most girls tell you exactly what you tell you exactly what you want to hear on their first date. They tell you everything right. They tell you everything right there and there. They brag. You know what I mean? Times I went on dates, brag. Chicks ain't know me from a can of spray paint. They brag about what they got. They got this. They got that. I'm like, okay, if I'm a dude, I ain't got nothing. I know exactly what to say. I know exactly what to do because you tell me everything.
But isn't like dating a give and take thing? Like, aren't we supposed to exchange information?
Yes, Faith, but not too soon. And my grandmother taught me that not too
Okay.
soon.
So if we go out on a date, you gonna give me your credit card number?
Well, no, I mean, of course not. I mean, that's not the thing that you're exchanging. You're exchanging information about what you want and what you don't want in a person.
Yeah, you can exchange information, but the key is you got to be honest with each other when you're vetting each other. Because if one of them lies, I mean, later on, it could be disastrous. It could be a disaster.
So Mahogany says not too soon. Dr. Steele says yes. Definitely.
I agree with Dr. Steele. I think you should be honest, but one thing my grandmother taught me this, God bless her soul, but she said it's a timing thing. Like I was saying earlier, say we're just starting to date. At that time, you're trying to get to know each other. We should not be really dealing too much with each other's finances like that, or like on our date. I think we should keep it light in the very beginning. And as time goes on, then you get a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper. So you should always be honest. Absolutely. Now, if a question comes up,
Doll hit the nail on the head. She said it's kind of like how you do with a resume. She said if you go to the company website, the company puts bullets on their website of what they're looking for in the job candidate, and you just go to the website and put whatever they said they're looking for on your resume.
Well, that's the thing, though. Q, listen. I understand what you're saying. Like it's like playing a game, but understand that there is something severely wrong with that person. Like it's like they have no identity. It's like a what are those things called? Like a shapeshifter. They literally morph to whatever they want to get them further. That's not normal. That's what I'm saying. In psychology, we know there's things about ourselves that we cannot necessarily change, but with a person like that, yeah, there's something severely wrong with them. It's like they have no identity.
Dimitri, I hope you. May I ask how old you are?
22.
Yes, you're this, and I swear I mean this with the utmost respect because I've seen you in panels and I like you a lot. But I could tell that you're young, and you're right. I actually agree with you. It's not normal. But what has happened is especially the Black community, we've developed a very hard. I don't know what to call it. It's a culture that's not good. It's a very negative culture of abusing one another, taking advantage of one another. I wish that more young people, when they were dating, aren't out to get something. But the fact of the matter is, and maybe I'm just an old lady that's experienced a lot. A lot of people are out to get something, and I'm talking about men and women. There's a lot of men that are looking for a couch to lay on, honey, rent free, and there's a lot of women. Child, yes, God. And there's a lot of women that are looking for a nice young man like you, Demetrius, to pay their bills while they run around with Tyrone around the corner in his Corvette.
Girl, so my son is about Demetrius' age, and he got this Latino girl done latched on to my son.
Oh,
I
Shay.
cannot get her off. I really want to get her off so bad, Mahogany. You just don't know how bad I want to get rid of her.
Girl, I feel your pain because you're like, this is not the one. This is not the one. I know you, but you can't say it because it'll get even worse. Just let him find, protect him as much as you can. Let him find out on his own. Oh, child. But yeah, Demetrius, you're right. But there's a lot of bad people in the world, so just keep your eyes open.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
don't let these bloodsuckers get you.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, for me, like, all right, let me tell you like the type of person I am. I don't really talk too much. I all right, let me say it like this. People ask me how I like can talk about so much or know so much about a lot of stuff. I literally just watch other people mess up. That's all I do. That's literally all I do. On panels in real life, you know what I'm saying? And so I can probably, yes, I know there's bloodsuckers and predators out here and people who wish to like do me no good. But if I just like shut up and listen or watch what they do, like it's obvious to me. It's obvious to me.
Can I tell you something, Demetrius? I want to tell you this. I'm gonna use myself as a quick story. Then I'm gonna let y'all talk because I've been talking a lot. I consider myself a pretty intelligent woman, but let me tell you, there was a time where I was. See, it's easier when you're on the outside looking in, but when you're actually in the thick of it, honey, and those feelings and those emotions and that attraction and that passion that you have for that person, once all that gets mixed in, somehow your judgment is just not as clear, and that person is able to sell sand to you at the beach. Trust me. Now, as intelligent as I am, I'll be the first to tell you I've gotten suckered. And I found out later on, like Faith was saying, I found out this person actually had the nerve to tell me, yeah, I told you everything you wanted to hear. The devil speaks, honey. He was like, I told you everything I wanted to hear. And there's people out there that will do that. That's why you take your time with people and you don't divulge too much too soon. And people will prey on you if they feel that you are vulnerable, if they feel like you are desperate, if they feel like you are naive. These are piranhas out here. And I know I sound negative. I don't mean to sound negative. I'm just telling the same way I'm talking to you is the same way I talk to my son about just beware of people. They're not, when it happens, you don't ever expect it to happen. That's why it happens, because you're never expecting it to happen. And oftentimes the people that hurt you are the people that you don't expect to hurt you. So, but I will say this, no matter what happens, and life is all about learning. Sometimes you fall, but you get back up. Life is, and you're going to experience some pain. I don't know nobody in this world that has not experienced pain. The main thing is to learn from it. And the second thing is to get back on and ride. Don't let it keep you down. That's the problem I have with a lot of people in the space. Everybody's trying not to get hurt. They're afraid of marriage. They're afraid of relationships. They're afraid of having kids. They're afraid of everything, so much so that they're not living their goddamn lives. Don't let that be you.
Can I
Exactly.
be honest with you? It's happened to me before, not necessarily in the context of a relationship, but in the context of like a friendship. And literally, the advice that I gave earlier was review the situation A to Z. That's what I did. Now, me personally, I had the liberty of doing that during quarantine. So I had a lot of time on my hands, because we were all locked inside. So after that, yeah, I started to not necessarily shield myself, but arm myself with the knowledge. I was on a lot of psychology channels, a lot of sociology channels, looking for like different behaviorism like videos that I could watch so that I know how to identify this stuff in real time. So it's not that I haven't been hurt before. It's just I have used the pain that I had to move better. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, that's good.
Well, like Mahogany said, and like Metadol put down here in the chat, she said, "Don't wear your heart on your sleeve." That's paramount. Mahogany kind of said it too, with it takes taking your time, and not divulging too much too soon. I actually said that earlier, Mahogany, but I just didn't say it just because I wanted to see what you were going to say about it, and you and I agree as
Girl,
far as like the not divulging the information because I said the same thing earlier.
great minds think alike. But no, my grandmother, I lie to you not, my grandmother talked to me about that because she used to say that I was too, and I still kind of have an open heart, open this and that, but you can't be that way with everybody. And I found that out as an adult.
No, you definitely can't. And the thing about it is, yes, you are supposed to share information, but there's basic stuff that you share in the beginning. So in the beginning, basic information that you share, like I used to be married, now I'm divorced, or I used to be married, now I'm widowed. That's basic. Okay, it has nothing to do with your personality or what you expect or your expectations right then. But they do need to know whether or not you had a history. Oh, I have children. That's basic. I don't have children. That's basic. So basic information you can definitely share in the beginning. Those are basic things that you must share. Now, little intricate details, like Mahogany said, that's something that you divulge later on after observing the person and their character. Their character is going to start shining through within that first 3 months because they don't know exactly what you're looking for. But see, you don't want to tell the person exactly what you're looking for because once again, just like Metadol said, they'll take those bullet points and they'll try to morph into that temporarily just so they can get you. Just like when you get the job, you know that there's that 90-day probation. So temporarily, you're going to hit all those bullet points until you think you're in the safe zone. And then after that, what do the employees start doing? They start calling off.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. When we get past that 90-day probation, we're going to start calling off. We want to start leaving early. Come
Coming
on
late.
now.
Coming late. Smoke breaks every 5 minutes.
Smoke breaks every 5 minutes. Yep.
Jesus, that's
So
real?
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
No, because I had somebody at work tell me today you work too hard. I was like, I did not know like this, like lazy people, like this level of laziness existed.
Yes, it
Exactly.
did.
So that Demetrius, what you're telling me is you're a really good guy. And this is overall. So you're the type of person that people will definitely be looking to take advantage of. So definitely don't play all your cards right away.
Heard you.
Yeah. So
And there's a girl out. There's a nice girl. Just try and find the nice girl. She's out there. Yeah.
yeah, don't be like my stupid son. He sat up here. He's stupid. Okay, he sat up here and he done moved into this apartment and it's all nice and everything. And I helped him, get it together and everything. And he up in there then told the girl how much money he make and how much he getting back for his grants and stuff. And I'm just like, and every time he get money back from the school, here she come, eating it all up. Then he want to call me when his car break down. I can't. He's stupid. He's stupid.
How long they been dating, Faith?
Girl, 2.5 long years. It seems like it's been 20 years of my life. I know that girl has contributed to some of this gray hair I have in my head right now.
Oh Lord. Well,
and I keep telling him, don't get her pregnant. I will disown you if you get this girl pregnant.
So wait. Have you armed your son with the knowledge to like introspection to know how to like take himself out of situations?
Yes, I have. But see, what he's doing is he's grading her on the curve. She done already let some things, slip that he shouldn't have let, get past within the first 90 days. And I was like so happy when she started letting the slip show. I was right there. See, I told you.
Child, that's hard because as mothers, we want to protect our children, especially our boys, girls too. But I'm something crazy about mine, so I know that must be hard on you to know that this girl could possibly ruin his life. But prayerfully, he'll listen to you and just it'll
Yeah,
pass.
but there's a thing, like, guys don't think that they can get caught up with emotions and feelings and stuff like that. You absolutely can. These
Oh yeah,
girls can wrap you around their little pinky, like a little tight ring. That's what she got going on.
and
I promise you. Ooh,
you know
I'm
how
introducing him to other women as I speak.
my mom did that to me. She hated my first boyfriend in high school. But you know how they do that to you guys, right? Everyone, almost every last one of you up here said that looks. See, that's the difference between men and women. Women will date a man, and he doesn't have to be the most attractive thing, right? But you men, you fall for the looks, honey, and y'all fall for them looks, and then a lot of things just hang by the wayside. What they say, grade them on the curve just because of the looks. So that's how
Hmm.
y'all get caught
And,
up.
and this is the first non-black girl that he's been with too.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's that element of it. So I can't tell him that he's not in heaven right now.
Well, you know what? I'll keep it. Well, I'll just say this. My brother did a lot of that too. And it took him 3 divorces finally. And the thing of it, his wife now is the most beautiful. She's a model. She's an actual model. She's black. But it took him getting dragged through the mud, dragged through the court system, accused of being abusive and all this stuff to really say, okay, I think I'm gonna stick with my black woman. But people have to learn. People have to learn. That's just my opinion. Um,
Yeah, and this goes to show it don't matter the race of the woman either.
no,
There are lying, conniving people of all races out there, and this is what I try to tell on the divestors too. The black women that are divestors. Oh, these niggas, this nigga, that. No, no, no. There's some white niggas out here too.
absolutely. But I don't know why
What do
black
you what do
folks
you
always
call them,
think the grass
Wookiees?
is greener. They always think the grass is greener,
No, if you're picking bad over here, you're gonna pick bad over there.
right? And faith, it's worse because a lot of people of other races, men or women, they can tell. Like what I can't stand, if you're gonna date, fine, date out of your race. That's your business. But what I can't stand was when you go over there and you're putting them up on a pedestal, just treating them like there's so much child because they will not do the same for you. They're not going to treat your black ass like you're so much better than
Yeah,
their
their
own.
culture is like most other cultures are anti-black. Let's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
be honest here.
yeah. So
So true. But yeah, Metadog, some people do have to learn the hard way. They just gotta hope that they can recover from the lesson. And that recovery process, that right there is what teachers is supposed to teach you not to do it again. But you'll be surprised at how the power of low self-esteem will have you repeating the same stupid stuff over and over and over again. And like I said, I'm a testament to that. I'm a testament to that. You got to lift your self-esteem up first, enforce your standards and your boundaries, and get used to enforcing it. Once you're used to putting yourself first and enforcing your standards and your boundaries, is going to become second nature. You're going to be able to see people through a third eye. But if you're used to being treated like a doormat, that third eye is going to always forever remain closed.
Faith, I wanted to say this. I'm glad you said that because it brought back what I wanted to say initially about my comment about pretty women have the lowest self-esteem. Let me tell you about this. First of all, I know this for a fact. Some of the prettiest women I've met have had the lowest self-esteem. And for most people it doesn't make sense, but when you look at it, when you actually analyze it, because first of all, a lot of people weren't always attractive their whole life. Maybe they weren't attractive as a child. Maybe they weren't attractive in high school, but all of a sudden they're attractive. So a lot of them aren't seeing themselves the way other people see them. And then another thing that happens, if a person has been attractive most of their life or all their life, they're so used to people kind of underestimating them, thinking, oh, she's pretty, but does she have a brain? Or, oh, he's handsome, but does he have a brain? Does he have this and that? So a lot of times they might have self-esteem in one area, oh, I know I'm pretty, but they have really low self-esteem in other areas. They're not confident when it comes to the boardroom or business or other things where they need to be confident in life. They're not confident. They're only confident in one small little area. And that gets a lot of people in trouble too. That's why I say a lot of times very attractive people can have low self-esteem too. And we don't think so, but they absolutely do. And you can tell by the things that they do, the way that they carry themselves. I've always said that a person that truly is confident and attractive does not need attention. They just garner attention naturally. They don't need to beg and plead and, see me, watch me. They just naturally exude. People naturally will want to come and pay attention to what they're doing. So a lot of them have low self-esteem.
Absolutely. And that being self-assured, that is basically attractive. I mean, when you have confidence, baby, I don't care who was that rapper, that rapper that was so unattractive, but he was able to marry Faith Evans.
Oh, Notorious B.I.G.
Yes. Now good and daggone well on a regular day, just looking at him, there would be no way he would ever have a chance against Tupac.
Confidence is it. I'm not gonna. You're right. It's very, very attractive to everybody. It really is.
Absolutely. So I'm wondering what kind of game did he spit to get with Faith Evans? Because child, Faith Evans jumped over Tupac to get to Biggie.
And I heard he was dating Lil Kim and several other celebrities. So he was out there like that, child. That money talk, honey. That money and he was already popular, I guess, out there. With his work. Yeah.
Yeah, and Fat Joe was the same way too. Fat Joe and that other big album. He used to always Rick Ross.
Oh yeah, Rick Ross. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, these guys would have beautiful women on their arms, and they were not attractive at all. I'm like Rick Ross. Oh God.
But Faith, women will overlook. That's what I was saying. Women will overlook a lot more than what men will overlook. Because yeah.
So. Yeah, and I think the money had a lot to do with it too.
Yes.
I was about to say like no. Listen, the same way some like the NFL and the NBA like does this thing, and like not everybody's like the top pick or whatever. Same thing here. Some of the ladies, they'll overlook that because bag.
But I still don't think though that Black women, we really need to raise our standards too, by the way. Some of y'all be going with some of the most overweight, dirty teeth looking, tatted up, then the tattoos on some of them look like dirt. Yeah, they don't even look like they wash their ass. They don't look like they shave. They don't look like they get the lining done regular, whatever they do with their hair. They just look stank. I be seeing some of y'all with some of the stank looking men I ever seen in my life.
But who is that? Is it a woman or the man?
It's her fault if she's choosing that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she like.
No. The same way that y'all have called for the brothers to get standards, I'm gonna have to make that same call today. Y'all, look. Don't be coming up here talking about my husband, or my man, and your man look like he's stank.
I mean, well, in the Black community, I mean, when it comes to women, y'all always do that. Y'all brag about my husband, not this, that, and the third, but you don't see too many men bragging about their wives. I don't see too many Black men bragging about their wives. My wife does this, my wife, them. They just,
you like. Well, a lot of Black people I ain't married, Q.
Huh?
A lot of Black people I ain't married. Like, the most you'll see is a dude, like, bragging about him and, like, his girl.
Bragging about their wives? Up? The Black men is married now. They bragging about their wives right now.
Well, Q, your audio is messing up.
Yeah, your audio is bugging out, man.
I said the men. I said that the black men that's married right now is they bragging about their wives right now.
Some of
I
the,
don't see many.
I think some
Honestly, on a
I think
everyday
it
level,
depends on
maybe.
the environment that you're from. It really does depend on the environment you're talking about. On the street corners, yeah, most of them aren't even married. But where I go at my church, yeah, the men they brag on their wives. They brag on the meal that they made. The men that I work with, the doctors, they brag on their wives. So it depends on your environment and what you're exposed to.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't see too many. Well, I don't see too many. That's regular guys or whatever. Regular jobs, that and the third. They don't brag. They ain't bragging about I'm married. It's a wonderful thing. It's the most wonderful thing
But
in the
do they
world.
brag on their girlfriend? Do they brag on their girlfriend? Because a lot of dudes do that. Quiet as
What,
kept.
to be truthful, yeah, I see a whole lot of dudes bragging about their girlfriend. Most of them dudes ain't got shit anyway. They ain't got nothing going on for themselves anyway.
So, but do they brag on their girl?
That's on them. Yeah, that's on them because they ain't got shit.
Aight then.
So what's your point?
The whole point being, like this, I sit there and say like I sit there and say who's bragging about it. I'm sitting there saying you saying about marriage, or I'm saying who's bragging about it. I said women. I said black women brag about having a man or a husband more than black men brag about having a wife or a girlfriend.
Right. And you know why? Because black women and people, they're gonna not like me for saying this, but black women have been taught to worship to worship any man. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Any
here we
man,
go.
he's the
Here
man.
we
That's a
Just
go.
lie.
any
That's
man.
a
That's
lie.
the
That's
truth.
a lie.
A lot
No,
of
no,
us
no, no,
have.
no,
I
no.
know so many. I
Okay,
Mahogany,
well,
know
well,
I'm
mahogany,
where's
mahogany.
the
ignorant.
lab
I
though?
hear
I
you. I
mean,
hear you.
True.
I hear you. And
I mean, come on, look at
it's
how
in the
low
language.
the
I
standards are,
hear what you're
y'all.
saying. It's in the language being used. Like that whole my man, my man, my man. Me and my man did this. Me and my
Right.
man did
That's what
that.
I'm talking
I
about.
get what you're saying. I wouldn't have said it like that. I would have just said it's socialization.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're right. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Yeah, because the whole thing with black women, we got it bad. We like to flaunt our marriages to unmarried women. Like for some reason, like I remember when I had first gotten married and I was young, and people saw me with when I had my first child, and they automatically thought that I was a single mother. So my supervisor, she was married, and she would come and she would see me with my daughter, and she would like, just for no reason or another, just be talking about her husband like all the time. But she didn't know at that time my husband was alive.
Hmm.
I just didn't talk about my husband all the time like she did. So
Yeah,
then, as soon as I mentioned my husband, her face fell.
that's what they do. And I think, and I don't know if men are going to understand this. I believe a lot of us have been taught that. Ever since I was a little girl, I would see that the married women looking down on the women that weren't married, and I think it's a weapon of division used against
Hmm.
women, and that's just how I see it. I've grown up around that environment. I know that that happens, and they'll say things like you just said. It's my husband. They can't say the man's name, Kirk or whatever. My husband, like we don't know that's your husband, Kirk, honey, Kirk. We know his goddamn name, Kirk. Say Kirk, my husband. So yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
She's stuck in my man land.
Yeah,
Yeah. My man, my husband, and I can't stand bitches like this. I'm sorry to call them bitches and everything, but they do come off as being bitches. Like, we get that you married and everything like that, and congratulations. You always have to throw that in there. Congratulations, you got a husband, But what the
right,
fuck they got to do with how come our sales department is not meeting the guideline? Like,
right,
like
right.
it's just
Well,
like
my
they
husband
bring
said that we should do this.
Hey, Cassandra. Oh,
hey, Cassandra, right. She said Cassandra says it's false validation. Exactly. And so like it don't be having nothing to do with anything, but they're gonna work in the conversation that they got a husband. I'm like, really? What does this got
mhm.
to do with why this department is failing, at meeting the guidelines? Like, is your husband gonna come in here and do some work?
Right. So, ooh, child.
No,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying though, because it's I I I would actually venture to say this particular type of person or archetype that we're like personality archetype that we're talking about, that's a character issue. And it's like, I don't know what it is in black culture. Like, we like to flex everything we got. And I
Mhm.
keep telling other people, like, stop doing that. Like, even if you got what you want in life, don't flex that because there are haters over here. And if you flex in a certain way, it makes you look like a hater. So it's
But
just
but
negative all around.
here's the thing though, like these women be sitting up here complaining about their husband, not complaining, but bragging on their husband, bragging on their boyfriend. But at the same time, we as women know your man probably wants to screw me.
I
At,
was
at,
just
at,
going to say that. I was just going to say it.
at
Hmm.
the end of the day, guess what? Your man was looking at me, and it was not in a familiar way, honey.
Yeah. We already know that a lot of times he run. I don't want to go down that road because I'm up here with gentlemen, but a lot of the times these women, it's desperation. These be the same men that be running around town with this one, that one, and the third, and it's an insecurity thing. It really is. Faith, I am going to go ahead and because I actually, me and my son's supposed to be turning in a paper tonight, so I'm gonna go ahead and
Uh-oh.
hop. Yeah, I'm gonna hop down and finish my paper, but I'll be listening. But it's definitely. Let me just say this too before I go. It's definitely a sign of low self-esteem, and it's something that's being taught. I'm telling you, how many times have you went around this space and you hear people telling black women, well, your education doesn't matter, um
Mm.
this doesn't matter, that doesn't matter, but do you have a husband? Do you have a husband, and can you have kids? If you can't do those two things, then you're not a success. And unfortunately, enough of us been told that for so long that we actually believe it. I do
We
not believe
start
it.
believing it. Yes,
Yeah, I do
I'm
not
better.
believe
And see, this is where the word better doesn't apply. You're not better than the next woman just because you have a husband.
it. That's right.
Okay, better means that it's a testament of your character, how you're carrying yourself. Are you carrying yourself in that quiet dignity and that regal role, or are you braggadocious and arrogant?
Faith, you know how many women I've met in my 44 years that have husbands that have never taken them on vacation, that have never bought them roses, that have never rubbed their feet, that have never done a freaking thing. So if that's all it takes to be a success in this world, and feel that your love is just to get a ring, and you know being responsible for a man that doesn't do anything in return for you, then you could have it. I'll stay single. I don't mean to say it like that, but that's what I be wanting to tell some of these women. Like, okay, you know, a lot of times they're not the ones that's actually living this great life. They're going through pure hell. They just don't want you to know it. But it's like they have to make themselves feel more superior than you. So that's their thing.
And I'll
Well,
say I'll say this, and to piggyback off of what you said, and then I'll let you go because I know you got to go somewhere. But you're absolutely right, and single women do tend to live longer than married women. Now, women in general outlive men, whether we're single or married. That's one factor to take into accord. But when you start adding into factors where women have to deal with husbands and then children put stress on your life too. And Cynthia G also talked about this on her live stream, but I had been saying this for the longest. So I said this probably before Cynthia even said it. There was an article that came out 2 years ago that I posted on my page talking about how single women live longer. And that's because we don't have those stresses in our lives. Children stress you. And then if your man is acting like a man child instead of a partner, that will stress you and cause you to die early.
oh yeah, a poor relationship could end, end anybody's life early, honey. A poor relationship is not what it is. I'm a listening. This was a great live, sweetie, but I'll be listening.
All right. Thank you so much for attending. Do come again. Mahogany Roots in the house. Thank you.
Peace. You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. All right. All right, so we have a new person added to the stream. We have Hustler and Muscular. Hustler and Muscular. That's a nice name. What's going on, bro?
Why
Uh-oh.
you come up at the end?
He came up and then he got off. I feel offended. Come back, Hustler. Anyway, so did either of you guys want to add to the conversation?
Listen, this is gonna be the last thing I'll say about this. I meant what I said when I said this is a character flaw, and it has to do with arrogance, and it has to do with a slight degree of narcissistic tendency. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I say that is because of this. If you constantly feel the need to look down on others because of what you have, then there's something seriously wrong with you. It's kind of like the whole who's that lady? She was just in the news. That Ebony K. Williams lady. If you constantly like in the back of your head are like looking down on other people, and we can argue about that another day, but the classism was there. If you look down on people, even if you don't say it out loud, and it's in like the back of your mind, you have to do some self-work. There's something seriously wrong with you. That's all I'll say.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Demetrius. All right, Hustler and Muscular. Is there something going on with StreamYard? Because Chaos was just up here too, and some kind of way he jumped back down. But what's going on, brother? Uh-oh. H&M? Okay, I don't hear anything. Your audio or something is not coming through. I can't hear you at all. All right. Well, anyway, Dr. Steele, you're the last man standing on the panel.
Yeah, one thing I want to say is that, you know, even the most effective vetting strategy is not 100% foolproof. When you're out dating, you're rolling the dice. You don't know. You may find out a lot of information about, a person, but sometimes surprises may come up. So you're always going to have to be very careful. And plus, the vetting process is not a one night process or 1 day process or even a 1 month process. It's something that you do every day because you're going to find out something new about this person each time. And every time you find out, you have to figure out, well, is it a red flag? If it is, how much of a red flag is it? So it's always going to be something that you have to keep your eyes open to.
Absolutely. So how do you feel about a person, just slowly giving you increments and peaks of their self, through, out the relationship and the vetting process? Like, when do you think that a person should divulge everything?
Una, that's a good question. I really do not know. I'm the type of person who basically just plays things by ear. You don't know.
But do we ever really know everything about a person though?
No, not really. Not initially. Well, definitely not initially. And some people may never know really about this person until you find out. And again, everything's not foolproof. So again, if you
Yeah,
find out,
because my grandmother, she didn't know until after my grandfather died that he had outside kids.
Yeah, and that's a problem. That's a big problem. I'm gonna explain that in a second.
Well,
Yeah,
there's nothing much you can do after he's dead, you know. I mean, what can you do?
And the reason why I say that's a problem, you hear this thing called incest, right?
Yeah.
I remember there was some, I don't know if it was a skit or a real thing. There was something floating on social media of two couples. They're jiving, they're gelling together. Also, they even go as far as got married. And come to find out, I guess they found one of the relatives recognized one of them, and so they did some investigation, and they found that they were actually biological sister and brother.
Oh wow.
So the problem with, and I get it why dudes do, because to be what they call straightforward, upfront, real person telling your wife or whoever, saying, baby, I gotta be honest, I got some outside kids out here. You get me? And personally, especially if you get married or whatever, that he might not be fitting the bill unless you put him on something, and that's gonna be evident that it's gonna come out eventually. But back then, if you think about back then, there was not really much of a child support at that time. So if he died at a certain age, the kid's already big, and then before systems kind of reform itself. Now, today, some people can still do it now because a lot of people not getting married like that. So you can still hide it, but the danger of doing that is that your kids are gonna bump up with your kids that don't know each other, and they're gonna make a life. They're gonna let nature take its course, and lo and behold, there's gonna be some foul play going around. So I'm not really a big proponent or advocate of that behavior. If any man's doing that, they should not do it, and they should not think of doing so, because as we know, the world is a big place, but where we at is a small, low place where we at. So
Mm-hmm.
the last thing you want to be doing if you're a man or woman, but let's say conversation, we're going to focus on men for a second. If you have outside babies, you better eventually bring it to life eventually. And you better be comfortable in wherever you are in life and going to really deal with the consequences personally. Because it's better your children know each other instead you die and they come to the funeral. Everybody find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different baby moms would do these kids like it's some plaything. No, it's not no plaything. Because God forbid if your children meet with your other children from this side and they find a fancy and then had a relationship and then have a kid, and you find out you only have yourself to blame, not your kids. It kills me when I find stories like you didn't know. No, you don't know because you've been hiding. You've been hiding that for decades. Because you don't want to come up front and say, you dealt with another chick and you knock her up, and she doesn't know this woman with kids, and it gets all messed up. You could maybe get away with it. And I said maybe. And still that's not even healthy. And that's not even logic. But now, if you try that now, nigga, you're in a world of hurt. I see too many stories of, and I find it's starting to grow slowly when these things happen. People laugh at it. Some people be shocked, but say this is not no plaything. So at the end of the day, if you're going to be producing children outside your union, whether you're boyfriend, girlfriend, or husband, wife, you better make sure you better have the cojones to come clear and tell your partner what is. And if they stay, good. They go, that's all right. And it's better you do that now than have your children meet your other children abruptly. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is. It was embarrassing. All right, so we have H&M back on the panel, and then we're going to go to BMT. What's up, H&M?
Nothing much. What's going on?
We just talking about this vetting thing. What did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I remember the young lady mentioned how when she see women with just their children, they just assume that they're single mothers. I know. I guess you could say I'm guilty of the same thing, and I guess the reason behind that is because we've gotten so used to not only hookup culture, but at the same time single motherhood and baby mama culture. So now we just speculate if a woman got kids, she's probably raising the kids all by herself, because now There's no incentive for them to stick around with a man. They can work like a man. They can do all the things a man can do. So there's no incentive for them to stick around with one. That's kind of what we gotten used to. But I'm not so narrow-minded to believe that every woman out here is a single mother. For all you know, her husband could be at home, fixing his car, or fixing the lawn or something. He's at work. You don't know. Not our place to judge. So we can't just assume every woman out here is a single mother,
That's true. That is definitely true. And would you, like, in the vetting process, like what would be some of your standards as far as like a woman that you would date, and then what would be a deal breaker?
Actually, I have 4 deal breakers. Number 1, you can't be an advocate user of social media. Number 2, you have to dress presentable and not provocative in public. Number 3, you can't be a single mother with several kids all over the doggone place because, I don't have kids of my own. And number 4, you can't have a plethora of guy friends sliding in and out your DMs every day. If you violate at least one of those, I'm sorry, but I can't take you seriously. I'm either going to not deal with you, or I'm going to deal with you accordingly in some other shape, form, or fashion, if you know what I mean.
So you mean you'll probably just use it for play?
That's what they call it now. Well, it is what it is.
H&M. Wow. But at least he's honest. He's honest, guys. And this is exactly what I said years ago to a lot of single mothers. I was telling you that if you continuously have children out of wedlock by different men, this is how men are going to view you. They're going to view you as a used up womb. They're going to see you not as somebody fit to settle down with and create a life with, because you've already started creating your family before he got there. And a lot of people attacked me for saying this. And this was about 7 years ago when I first said it. And it's so funny because now I go to Chantel's Simone page, and she said the exact same thing I said 7 years ago. And I see the same thing happening with her. She's being attacked, but it is the absolute honest to God truth. And this is how men think. And this is a man on the panel telling you this is how he thinks. So as a woman, when I say it, I'm not trying to put you down. I'm trying to warn the next generation who haven't made those choices yet that you might want to, think twice before you put yourself in that trick bag. And for the ladies that do have children, focus on raising your children. Make that your focal point. If someone good comes into your life, great, but I wouldn't put my focal point on meeting somebody. Raise your children first, and then later on, it'll get greater later. But let me go ahead and get to BMT.
Okay, let me say something real quick.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, my biggest pushback to dealing with a single mother is the fact that as a man, you're not going to come first in her life. The baby father, whoever he may be, is always going to be first 9 times out of 10. I'm just going to play second to him, and no man wants to be second in a woman's life, And I think the problem is they want to take women who are single mothers and try to put them in the same category as the childless, youthful women when they don't understand that they're not the same thing. You can't take a single woman with no kids and try to treat her the same way as you would a single woman with kids, and vice versa. Because for as long as I can remember, I never looked at single moms the same way I look at women who don't have kids. I think if whether you're older or younger, if you have no kids, you may have way more value compared to the females out here who have kids, especially if they were had out of wedlock. I ain't talking about the widowed women. I'm talking about the ones that were irresponsible with their womb, had a kid by this man, had a kid by that man. Trust me, if you're a woman and you're single with no kids, you're going to have way more value in the dating market compared to the single moms out there. So that means you got to let every other quality about you shine. Are you fit? Are you feminine? Are you friendly? In addition to being childless, that's the way you got to rock out there. My mic is muted. Carry on.
Okay. And I support what he just said, because there's a lot of truth and honesty in that. And the honest truth is, if you don't have that baggage, that life baggage, then yeah, your dating value on the dating market as a woman is a lot higher because you don't have all the used up miles or all the baggage on you. So the less baggage you have, and that's whether you're male or female, because if you're a man and you have multiple baby mamas, that means that you may actually have a lot of money going to many, many different households. And so that makes you a liability to any woman looking at you, as a prospective mate. So the door swings both ways on that. So just, I would tell people, know what your dating market value is, and be, how can I say, you will have to be realistic about it. It doesn't devalue you as a human being or as a person, but it does lower your dating market value the more mileage you put on yourself. And you are putting mileage on yourself when you're allowing yourself to procreate and don't have that marriage under your belt. If you're procreating out here and you're not married, it lowers your value. But I want to go ahead and get over to BMT.
Well, I don't know. I guess that's everybody's opinions on stuff. That's why I said I'm only speaking from my opinion. None of these things that a lot of people say on YouTube ever match up in real life. They don't. Or people tell what's value. Like, I don't do that because I've seen people get a whole degrees and don't have no kids, and nobody still fuck with them. And I can see people who work at Dollar General and got 2 kids and a goddamn record, and everybody fucks with them like they're the champion of society. So the talking points is like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood of what they would like the world to be versus what it actually is for what it is. If you don't like that, that's you. That's you. But we in a society where people have the right to choose. I don't know. I never had a problem talking to a woman with kids or without kids. That shit don't bother no real man. That shit never really fuck with a real man. It depends on your wallet or not even your wallet, just what you want to tolerate. Same thing with a woman hearing about a nigga, oh, you got a job? You got a car? You staying with your parents? Okay, all right. Yeah, I still fuck with you. Again, none of this shit that could tell that's said on YouTube, it actually is played out. Like, this stuff is not realistic, and I've been doing this shit for a long time. So when people ask me, I'm like, so show me your resume and I'll show you mine. Because it really is not working out like that. You got it where how is it possible that the men with no kids, no type of responsibility, and they're still at the bottom of the barrel in society, versus women with kids are still out there getting degrees in X, Y, and Z done. I don't know how that shit happened and it's backwards as fuck. But then that means, hey, I guess the initiative drive is different. Granted, I mean, these women are definitely doing their own thing, and the men, they doing their own thing. People are going to choose whatever they want to choose. I was just invited to a wedding where a man was marrying a woman with 3 kids, and she was married, and then the other kids she had out of wedlock. That man didn't give a shit. He wanted that gal, and he said, "Those are my kids. I'm gonna take them." And I think she was a month in pregnant, so you can get married.
But let me ask you, did he also have children?
No, he ain't had no kids. He ain't had no kids.
That's a problem right there. I'm sorry.
How's that a problem? How are we gonna tell that's a problem? How are you gonna tell that man that that's a problem? You can't tell somebody. That's the thing. You can't tell somebody what's their problem if they don't see it as a problem versus what you view as a problem. I think that's the problem we're having now. People are trying to emphasize their lifestyle on other people. If that's the case, then I will see this whole space as problematic as failures. You got older men trying to dictate, and I'm like, well, okay, then show me your kingdom. Well, I don't have this yet, but I'm gonna get it. Nigga, no. You just like you got women who fucking goddamn do webcam shows, but then they're trying to talk about being fit, feminine, and friendly,
but they look like goddamn strippers. I'm like, yo, y'all can chill out with the preaching of the gospel of nigga Christ. Shit don't matter. People are gonna choose. People are gonna choose. You got these girls getting all these doctorate degrees. Ain't nobody running to wife them up like that. And you got dudes talking about, hey, I got this, I make that, I'm 6 figures. And they still out there in the streets being hoes. They ain't being no gentlemen. Hell, you can have it where they got a whole family and they still out there in the street. I know, but I got spots like that where I see these niggas come in, take off their rings. So the narrative of the bedtime stories, they might need to stop. That's why it's called the milkman and the garbage man. Like these things, I get it. It's a nice it's what we would like to see, but that's a minority talking point. And we could try to say, well, in other countries do it too. So we can stop the narrative. Other countries do it too. But I just was watching the video in Africa where a man ran out on his wife and she had 6 kids and he was trying to get remarried. So we can't use other countries, they don't do that. Yes, they do. We just don't know what they got going on.
They absolutely do.
So I can pull up them articles, Faith, with the men that be running out on their wives with kids and be remarrying and leaving their wives destituted. You know what I'm saying? They got prostitute culture very openly in other countries too. So the women out there, they down.
The DR is definitely
DR, India, the Philippines, places where these men saying they running off to go find a classy woman. No, they just see a mark. They just see a mark, a man coming on saying, hey, I make this, I make that. So you parading yourself, you tricking. You tricking the hope that a woman will choose you like a peacock. Same thing for the woman. Well, I do this, I cook, I clean. Who you trying to impress? Because you might get with a nigga that you might get with a man who says, oh yeah, I want all that, and he still treats you like shit. Now you on here boo-hooing, saying, I wish that man loved me.
That's why you have to choose your partners carefully. Both men and women got to vet properly.
So here's the thing about it. Let's say you choose your partner carefully, right? Now let's get in. See, here's the reality when you get married. Boyfriend and girlfriend is cute. Courting, boyfriend and girlfriend, and that's put along with friendship. Then when you get married, you know most marriages don't even make it over the 7-year mark these days. Actually, they barely make it over 3 years. They barely make it over 3 years.
Say it's not even 7 years anymore.
It's not even 7. And see, the 7 years usually, like my granddaddy told me, but my granddaddy married me off. He's like, talk to me about marriage after 7 years. Then you can come talk your trash. And my granddaddy's a bishop. Because see, then after that.
But that's the same thing that I say. I say the same thing that your grandfather say, BMT. If you have not been married at least a decade, don't come to me, give me no marriage advice. I see who was that? Danica Marie on her channel giving a marriage advice. And she's sitting up there, you know, not married that long, marriage ain't been time tested, and they ain't got no kids.
She got
and now, all the back at me, you know, when you done had the kids and your body done got stretched all out of shape, and now he looking at other women, and now you got that problem going on.
That's
and
what I'm saying. Like,
all, you know, like the time. I mean,
how long have they been
there?
But okay,
how long have they been married?
I don't know, like what, 1 year? We don't know, like what, 1 year or some shit? Will she brag off about?
It was like they're going on their second or third year, I believe.
Oh man, they're babies, man. They're babies sitting around.
Okay, so, the marriage is still more or less new, but I look at it like that. I think you're better off taking advice from someone who's at least been married for some years than to be taking advice from someone who's never been married, period.
So, but here's the thing about it. I'm gonna tell you right now. Even if I gave you advice, what worked for me might not never work for you. That's the reality of the truth of things. Like, here's the thing about, like, again, it's easy to say all these narratives. It's an algorithm of things. When you start getting hit with your first bills, when you start having to go work extra hours, and you hear somebody say some dumb shit, well, you submit to that white man. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, get out of here with all these talking points, man. I be hearing, like, babble shit. Well, they must really not love you. It's toxic if y'all argue. Like, nigga, you're going to have disagreements about the kids' clothes, church, vacation, school, goddamn paying bills, lights and bills. Damn, like that shit happens, man. It's called a human being, bro. Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I don't even talk to Faith, but that's why I don't even like talking about relationships too much anymore. but motherfuckers still got their own issues. But they talk about, well, I want the other person to be like that. No, nigga, let's tell you how fucked up you are first. Get that shit out the way so that way they know what's really about to happen. You know what I'm saying? Let them know about your mommy daddy issues. Well, I have two parents.
And
I mean, you
also,
go.
let me real quick to the other members of the panel. This is an open discussion, so anybody can chime in.
Yeah, y'all could chime in. Y'all don't have to worry about me. Listen, BMT is just a zero fucks type of guy. So it is what it is. But I'm telling y'all, the narrative, like you can't tell somebody what they can handle on their plate at the buffet. You got it with some women, they don't mind getting with that. And you can say, well, he a pookie to you. But to her, that's her fucking man. And she gonna ride it out. She gonna deal with that blue faced nigga until she ready to walk the fuck out of it. So you can say, well, why he keep fucking with her? Well, guess what? So she ain't fucking with you. Why would you want it so bad? You got men who will try to go to the bad bitch and try to fuck with her, but then they'll go with the girl who whatever type of thing she got going on, but she's not exciting for them. You know what I'm saying? And then
You know
you
what?
got it
I've
with
done that, so I know. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I did that once in my university days, so I know how that goes.
so right there. So you had your day where you was going through and playing, and you was going through riding through the corral. Now, see what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not judging you, bro, because that was you living your life. You got to have. So then if a younger guy said, damn, I don't want to touch none of these chicks. They've already been ran through the university. Uh-oh. Who did that? See what I'm saying? You was getting
That ain't
you was
nothing
living
new. Shit.
see, you was living your life just like that woman was living their life. They saw something that they liked. It was just for the time being. Y'all had a little Derek Jackson, the nail type of moment. Except y'all didn't latch on each other. Some people say, damn, this is the imprinted person. I want to be with their ass to the day I die. Other people, hey, shawty, we ain't going nowhere past this. Most niggas, they'll say that shit, but they really don't mean that shit. Just like some females, like
Metadol says, yep, and they go through all them women, then years later turn around and say, where the good women at?
Okay, time out. Time out. Time out.
Metadol, you want to come up here?
You spoke, but bro, don't be afraid. You spoke your truth, bro. I ain't got no
I'm
shame
not
on
going to
you,
agree
bro.
with that 100%. Honestly, I'm not going to agree with that 100%. Now, there's no. It's funny he said that because
Come
I don't
on,
know
man. You
about
threw out
y'all,
that
but
spade, bro. You threw out the spade.
Throughout the spade.
You was cutting them down, bro. You was
But
cutting
here's
them
the
down.
thing, like BNT, everything that you said, it makes sense, is rational and all of that. But we have people right now that are running around here and they're getting hurt. They're not able to how can I say, navigate through these relationships because they're not able to vet properly. So I mean, if nobody has any standards or nobody has any boundaries or value systems or anything, then we're just out here, willy-nilly just doing whatever. Like, shouldn't there be a blueprint for what it is that we should be looking for now?
I mean, if you're talking about, if you had the bare minimum, let's say if you have a bare minimum car, you got to have a steering wheel, engine, headlights, seat belts, the bare minimum car. When you start adding in the stereo and certain types of seat covering and shit, now you added on different types of things. Same thing for people. You want to say, hey, let's have
you're upgrading the bare minimum vehicle. That's all you're doing is upgrading.
Well, is it wrong to say, hey, I would like it if both parents had an education, had a high school education at least? That's not asking too goddamn much. I would like it if we can get it where both parents don't have a record. I ain't gonna freak out a ticket. You know what I'm saying? I would like it if both parents ain't in negative debt or got shitty credit. That's
different because children can't choose their parents, but we can choose our mates.
You can't. But see, here's the thing about it is, before we jump into children, we're talking about the bare minimum of the adult, because what afflicts that of the adult will afflict that of the child. If the parents are always in debt,
but it's two false equivalencies, because you're kind of comparing children to people who are out here vetting for mates, and it's not the same. So you can't use that as a comparison, because as a child you don't know who you're going to be born to. You don't have any control over. But as an adult trying to choose a mate, you have control over that.
Isn't okay? So let's look at that. But I'm the pushback to that is, you got it where here's a fact: people that are making good qualified decisions in life are having less children versus the people who are making haphazardous decisions that are affecting their environment are making these children. So I mean, you got to look at it now where, I mean, you just had it where a girl, Young Miami, just took her 10-year-old son to a stripper convention to throw dollars out. No adult there thought to say, hey, why is there a 10-year-old throwing money on half butt naked girls? So what parent, I'm pretty sure there were other parents there. Nobody questioned that little black boy being there. The camera guy.
What does that got to do with people vetting their mates?
Did you hear what I just said? You had a bunch of men that want to be with that one woman that is bringing her child out to a stripper convention. That means she gives zero shit about family.
Are they looking at her to be a mate though?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, from the years of me being on this earth as a man, if a man trap that pussy and keep it on lock and key, a man gonna do that. If a man can have accessible vagina on a goddamn speed dial, and all the men that know my voice knows that's true, and say, get over here, girl. All right, on my way. What man ain't gonna have that type of power?
So basically, I'm confused as to what you're saying. So okay, she got the kid at the strip club, and the kid is out there doing this, and the men are there, and they're wanting to get at her. Like, are they trying to get at her for the kitty, or are they trying to get at her because they want to be with her? Shit, and I'm thinking that the answer is the latter. They want to get with her for the kitty.
I'm gonna tell you like this: you got to play stepdaddy to get the kitty. That's how a lot of men get the kitty. Pretend like you give a fuck to get the fuck. That's always been the game. It's just now the women are now playing. Now they're starting to somewhat think they know the game, but guess what? It's pound time. So the girls are like, shit, I get it. You don't really fuck with me or my kids, but shit, I'm gonna still let you beat. Like, I mean, it's always been like that. I was raised like that, even at the church. Like, hey, get with that girl over there. Okay, yeah, I'll fucking play. I'll play daddy.
Faith, I gotta step away. Thank you, then. Bye.
Y'all make it sound like I'm saying cryptic shit that you just said. You like this. You like the movie Belly. You like the movie. You said you like the movie Belly. You don't think them dope boys don't be shacking up with women saying that they gonna try to.
Well, all I know is in the movie, Tommy had his main woman, okay, and his main woman was Keisha. He was banging the hell out of Keisha, but he had another chick on the side that he wasn't letting nobody know too much about, and he wasn't really, trying to be with her like that. So what I'm saying is, like, some people, got their special people that they want to be with, and some people will see you and they say, hey, you for play. Kind of like what H&M said. So, it still kind of, goes along the lines of, either you for play or you for keep.
Correct. I want to address that earlier comment from earlier, talking about we run through all these different women, but then we complain about no good women later. Now, are there men who do that? Yes, but I think for the most part, I hear this more so from women than I do from men, because most men I know, including myself, we're not so narrow-minded to believe that all women are for the streets. Yes, it's a large number of them, but there are some good ones out there. Hell, I'm talking to one right now. Not just you, Chantel, a lot of women I know. Some I know are currently in relationships now. Been with their husbands for some years now. In fact, one of my coworkers right now just showed me a picture of him and his wife. So I know that every woman ain't out here running the streets racking up a body count. So no, I'm not going to sit up here and say that a lot of men do that. There is a small minority of men who have this all broads ain't shit type mentality, all broads are for the streets mentality. Yeah, that's just my take on it. That's not the majority of men thinking like that.
Exactly. And then if we don't vet, if we sit up here and have all these excuses as to, oh, well, people, they live life and all this other stuff. I'm not saying that people don't live life, because I said earlier, once you hit past the age of 30, you either been married or you have kids. So now we have to look at dating and the vetting process completely different. Like, how did you come to have these kids? How did your marriage end? Those are things that are going to make a difference, when picking a mate. Because if your marriage ended because you cheated, then 9 times out of 10, you a cheater, and definitely shouldn't nobody take you seriously. It's just it's a lot of things and a lot of nuances that go on. So I'm not saying that people that have children or people that have been married before can't date or shouldn't date or can't, get married again. But well, excuse me. Goodness, I'm racking up my own spit. But there are nuances to it. There are things that people are going to have to look at. And to H&M's point about the woman that has a clean slate having a higher dating market value, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. The same way as the man that has a clean slate and more money, especially the more money part, he's going to have a higher dating market value as well. So it just is what it is. Now, if people can get out of their feelings about that and be realistic about where they stand on the dating market, then that's when people can kind of relax and then make better choices. Because you still can make better choices and you still can vet. So that's all I had to say. Dr. Steele, you've been up here pretty quiet. I see you chatting down there in the chat room. Did you have
Yeah, I want to
anything
add
that you
this real
want to add?
quick.
Yeah.
I want to add this before Dr. Steele go. Now, I will say this for the record. Just because you're single and childless, that doesn't mean you're any more qualified than the females out here who do have kids. Because believe me, I know some females personally for some years who are single and childless, and they are no better than these ratchet women that run the streets. Like, I got a female friend right now I've been talking to since my university days. She's like, she's like 2 years older than me or whatever. She has no kids or whatever, but she's still not a relationship qualified woman. That's why I could never take her seriously. We can go out, kick it, do some things here and there, but I could never see myself dating her. Now, do I see her in the same light as these ratchet thoughts and loose women? No. To a degree, she has kind of an edge over them, because while she may be out in the streets, sometimes she moves a little bit safer, meaning she's not out here letting any dude just smash. And like I said, she ain't got no kids all over the place. So safe to say she still holds a little bit of value. But unfortunately, her other character traits don't do her any justice. She doesn't display someone that could be taken seriously as a wife. She want to be on social media. She don't like men being all up in her business, and she want to basically be free. I said, okay, cool, whatever. Be free, do what you want to do, but give me that same respect. And we haven't had that. We had that problem during our first few interactions, but we had an understanding over time. You want to be free, let me be free. Hell, there are times I'll be talking to other women in front of her, and she don't even get jealous. Neither one of us get jealous. So we have that mutual understanding. So you can still be childless and still not qualify for the man that you want based on other flaws you may have. Just want to throw that in there for the record.
Now, HMM, I know you said that the woman that you get with could never, ever, ever be a multiple baby mama. But what if she was a multiple baby mama due to becoming a widow?
Okay, that's a bit different. Like I said before, widow women more or less get a free pass because at least you were married to one guy, you had kids by one guy, so that might be an exception. That's easier for me to work around. I'm not saying I'll probably marry a widow woman, but I know some guys that would. I got a buddy right now, married a woman that got 3 kids, but her husband died in an accident 10 years ago, and they still together today. But widow women more or less get a free pass in my regard.
Okay, and what if she's not a widow, but she's a very upright woman, fit, feminine, friendly. children well behaved, but she just made some mistakes early on in life.
Mistakes like how?
Like she might have gotten pregnant by more than one person.
Okay, getting pregnant once is one thing, but getting pregnant 2 or more times, that's not a mistake. That's just a way of life for you. So no, I don't think I would accept that.
Okay. All right, Dr. Steele.
Yeah. To me now, let me say this. I don't prefer um a woman with children anyway, unless all her children are grown. But you know, it's just all types of women with all types of combinations. Um, when you vet somebody, yes, you have to have a standard. You have to have a set of requirements. Now, not everybody have the same set of requirements. Okay, everybody has a different taste. All right, but whatever your taste is, you know, you have to vet that person with your tastes directly and seriously. And I'm gonna leave out with that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Steele. And that's the same thing that I say. I agree with Dr. Steele. Um, I don't believe in just demifying people for the rest of their lives because we're all human beings. Everybody has feelings, and people do change. I'm not the same person that I was when I was in my 20s. So we do all change, we do all evolve. So if the single mother might have gotten pregnant when she was 16, 17, 18 years old, and she was young during that time and probably, just learning about herself. And then she grows up to be in her 30s and she's, made a good life for herself, made a good life for her children. Her children are very well behaved. I think that a man should look at her character and the type of woman that she is before, harshly making a decision about not being with her. But that's just me. I see BMT is back.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, like I said, it's just a have and have nots conversation. Uh, Mainly a lot of you know y'all generation talking about their woes and shit, and my generation, it's still like the lackluster bottom of the ketchup. You know what I'm saying? They still bitching, but the next generation now, they don't give a fuck. It's like whoever the fuck they want to deal with or fuck on, or the girls go got. That's why they damn so fluid and shit. I ain't agree with it, but that's them. But they ain't gonna care what y'all got to say holistically. But they're gonna be like, well, look how y'all look. Y'all ain't can't talk. You can't. So everybody has their fuckery of shit going on. That's why I don't like when they go down the time machine on who's so called better or shit. But then you'll get people like, well, I remember back in my day when we went out there to them parties and shit. Okay, so you were fucking on grandma and shit. So now all of a sudden you talking about you want a woman of God or a woman to be a woman, but then no. Same thing for a lot of the women that have kids that have kids or they done fucked up in their life, but then now all of a sudden they on YouTube preaching about how they got their shit together. No, no. Let's talk about how you fucked up in your life. You know what I'm saying? Before you start going about your narrative. So it's that kind of shit that you got to be very wary. Now, do I? As I said, I don't like doing that too much because everybody doesn't have the same degree of temperance, and I'm not looking for uh people to be at that level of everybody's not there. Sadly, everybody's not going to be there. I do think, yeah, you could say there is a standard, but my standard might be different from your standard. We all don't operate the same. So you gotta ask the person, well, what were you doing during your years, or when you was in college, or you was out there running, ripping, and riding. Because if that's the case, you weren't doing it in your 20s and 30s. You weren't trying to do it then. So why all of a sudden now? But that's what I'm looking at now. Like, you have different generations of people meshing on the internet, talking about the dating pool. You know what I'm saying? You just had it where Sukiyana was just talking to a bunch of old niggas thirsting after her. You know what I'm saying? While she was talking to Candy, Candy was just telling, yeah, I did some freaky stuff. And I'm like, oh shit, Candy, so you had your time when you was out there. You the Thundercat. You know what I'm saying? So you got these people that, like I said, I work at a lot of these places where a lot of these people are they don't like telling, do what I say, but don't judge me for what I do. Damn, that's going to be a good topic, because honestly, that's what I see.
Let me interrupt you, BMT.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
Let me interrupt you, because I'm gonna ask you a question, and this is a real question, and I want people in the audience to also help me with this question. Put a 1 down in the chat if it's better to be a person that's older and you made mistakes in your youth, but you're still making the same mistakes as an old person, and you're giving people bad advice, telling them to do the stupid stuff that you've been doing for ages and ages and ages. Put a 1 if you think that's better, or put a 2 in the chat if you think it's better to be an older person who have made mistakes in the past, but you changed later on once you found out to do better, and now you teach the younger generation to do better because you found out that what you did in the past was wrong. So is it better to be wrong and to continue to be wrong? Put a 1, or is it better to be wrong but then course correct and then teach the younger generation to do the right thing? Put a 2. So
I'm going with the latter.
Sound like prison ministries to me. Like, I'm in jail now, but I gave my life to God. But this is why y'all should hear my story. Like, nigga, you already fucked up. Like, why don't we listening to you? Like, that's what we be hearing on YouTube. Prison ministries. Like, that's what I be hearing when women men get online. Like, a Cynthia G, I'm not listening to her about shit because you done fucked up. So you don't get no say in this. I don't know. I'm not doing that. I'm not listening to no more.
I know that I'm a human being. Last time I checked,
I heard that.
Well, hold on, H&M, are you a human being?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, and BMT, you're a human being.
Okay.
So all of us
that's a general. That's using a general.
What I'm trying to say is all of us have done some messed up stuff before.
Oh, now here we go with only God can judge me. I feel like that's coming.
Not this again.
I used to be an asshole, but the difference between me and you is I'm not anymore.
That was only a God can judge me moment. That wasn't an H&M. Well, that was the only God can judge me moment, wasn't it? That was a God.
No. This don't have nothing to do with God.
No. But
I'm not bringing up God, and to let the record show, BMT is bringing up God.
No. But
ain't
that
nobody brought up God with BMT.
No, you're missing it. You're missing it.
No, but you're trying to project something on me that
wasn't. No, you're not catching you're not catching what I'm saying, because you don't have to be on defensive about it. Listen.
But it becomes offensive because you said it was a moment, and this is the moment that I was speaking. So you are trying to put something on me that was not even in the conversation.
Okay. But the saying accidents, are you a human? Like, what were you trying to get at with that?
Yeah.
What was that? I mean, honestly, what was that? Oh, you're only human. Like, I didn't feel
that means that to err is human. To err is human.
If I had to choose the lesser of the two, I think the person who made mistakes in the past, but they learned at a young, early age, and then got older, and then as they got older, they started to get their lives in order, is a much better choice to listen to than someone who made mistakes in the past, but they continue going down that dark, greedy path, and now they're older, they're a lost cause.
And BMT, without me having to say any names, some of these, especially these women that come online and they were old webcam models, and they're still they were doing it. They were shaking their booty on land in their youth, and then they still coming on here in their old age talking about, hey, if you get in a band, just sell some booty. You know
Oh,
who I'm talking about. Now come on
I
now.
see that. Seriously, I see women in their 60s dressing like they walking the streets or trying to compete with the young crowd. So she ain't lied about that. Women like that to me are a lost cause. You can't tell them anything at that point. How you 50, 60 years old still running the streets? Seriously, what the hell?
But see, again, what I'm saying is this, Dave. What I'm saying is this. Okay, you're having it to where as to the youth, the Jay Morants, the Kikis, all of them young people that are doing their own thing do not care to listen to an older woman or an older man, but they're going to look at, well, pull up your resume. And yes, people can say, well, I made mistakes back in the day. Nah, nigga. Nah, like you ain't. Then let me go break glass and make my mistakes. This is why the younger people are not listening to the older people. Them freak Nick girls, them niggas that were out there with Casey and JoJo wearing goddamn leather vests with no shirts, sweating like hot boxes and shit. Them kids are grown up. Your kids are grown up now. Your kids are probably going to be having kids of themselves or grandbabies now. Then I fuck with you, grandma, or I rock with you, granddaddy, but you get no room to tell me shit. You wasn't there. You did X, Y, and Z. How you going to judge me? I'm not portraying. We're just knowing that of what's going on in society right now. That's why there's a back and forth dissension of in-house fighting going on. So yeah, you're fine saying, hey, choose the person who is making good quality decisions. Yeah, I understand that. It's the latter. But the Trump only God can judge me is not that of a religious mark, but it's
Ain't nobody talking about judgment and God. Why do you keep bringing that up?
You miss. Okay, so it's just okay. When somebody says I'm only human, that's a rapper saying songs and shit. I'm only human. Like, wait a second. So you did what you did? Yeah, I'm only human. I make mistakes. I'm like, okay then. So I'm only human. I got to judge your ass. So that's the thing about it. I'm only using is I'm only human. You know, black kids aren't allowed to do that. They'll do what? Aren't allowed to do what? Black kids aren't allowed to
No,
do
but
what?
what
Okay.
I'm saying is, as long as you are a living and breathing human being, you're going to make mistakes. I don't know one human on the face of this earth that have not made any mistakes. Now, I do know plenty of humans who have made mistakes and continue to make the same stupid mistakes as they never learn from their mistakes. And those are what I call stupid humans. Now, the humans that I know to err is human, we're going to eventually make mistakes throughout our lives. If you make the mistake and you learn from the mistake, you are a smart human. That's all I'm saying.
Like I said, that's fine. Like I said, hey, we got some years difference, but I'm just letting you know, my generation and lower, we're just not listening. We'll entertain and have a conversation, but I can promise you, we're not hearing all these conversations. We'll hear to a point, but then we start bringing up the laundry list of, hey man, I'm not listening to a certain extent. I don't mind chopping up with H&M. Yeah, he's the old dude. But did I punch at you and you say, hey, you was getting it in at the university? I understood exactly as a man. Like, okay, I get you, bro. I get you. You older dude. You was getting your shit on. Now when I get my shit on, you can't. The conversation of, hey, we need some honorable women. No, dad. No, uncle. You was fucking them too. You was fucking on them. So no. So what I do now, I don't want to hear nothing from you. And it's just a fact. As a one man to another man in a barbershop. Now, I don't know what y'all girls are talking about in y'all little salons and shit. That ain't my problem. It ain't mine unless I got to deal with it. But it's the vetting thing. It's on a case by case of what I feel like I want to tolerate. Either I want you for the job for that hour or that moment. This is how people become wise through the Oh, he's old. That's old. That's a boomer. So I expect him to say that. But
Oh wow. Well, anyway, we coming to the stage. We have some more estrogen on the panel. Finally, some more estrogen.
I expect
Born
boomers
in
to
the
say
TV
that.
generation.
You're right. I'm a proud latchkey. I'm a proud latchkey kid. Thank you, TV.
You
And
know
you know
what?
I'm booming.
You know
Shit.
what, Faith? I was in my taking a break from YouTube, but you know, your panels just have a way of bringing people out and whatnot. So, and BMT, don't get up here showing out. Okay, now you just up
Showing
here
out for
being
what?
real reckless.
It's y'all. This y'all older
Showing
people
out.
conversation. This y'all showing out. This
What
y'all
you
older people.
know, BMT, like you
That's
not
y'all
on
older people.
that bench with us.
No, y'all like I would be if it was that I would have been a junior while y'all were going to be a senior. It's like happy days. It's like
Oh, 1 year,
it's like
a whole year,
it's
BMT.
it's like Greece. It's like Greece. Like when y'all were graduating, then we were taking over the school, and now okay, so now that y'all graduated out and y'all going to college, and y'all became a different world. When y'all became a different world, we were the kids in the high school. Now we went to the
That's
college.
why you can't find no show to
Yeah,
talk
and
about high
y'all were
school.
the ministers to
We talking
society.
about we had
Right.
Steve Urkel.
That's why you got. That's why you had a lapse and you couldn't come up with a show to fill in your little analogy right there. That's what you get,
we talking
BMT.
about we had Steve
Because
Urkel. We talking
you
about
called us
we
a
had Steve
different
Urkel.
world and you couldn't think of an analogy for the high school that y'all was at. Because that's why. You know why? So hold on. I came up here because
Oh, I can think of
BMT.
it.
Shut up. I came up here to explain to you, BMT, because I knew you was gonna do too much up
You ain't got
here.
to explain
Okay.
to me. You can't save me. Too late for me.
No, I'm not trying to explain it. I'm not trying to save you. What I'm saying is, it sounds good for you to say, well, kids need to just only pick the good people, the good examples, the people who never messed up, and all of that. But you know good and well. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. All these things that we're saying, this is nice, but we don't have the infrastructure in our culture to support kids being able to tell their parents, now you was out there, you contributed to it, and then who is gonna have taught this child if the parent is messing up? Who is going to have taught this child that that's not a good example to go through? The only time, when people learn that your parents ain't a good example is when they get exposed to how other people were raised. Because the adults always say, I'm only human. You can't judge me. Wait till you get my age. But it don't just stop at them saying that. Then they do stuff, right? So that the kid does have to eventually come to that being their only choice. So then that way they don't get judged no more. Kids cannot tell their parents or their elders in their family, you're not a good example for me to follow. That, so us telling
I
people,
do.
oh well, the kids are messed up because they listening to these old people. Well, are you as an older person going to be there when that kid tell their parent, no, I don't want to be like you, and the parent kick them out?
So
Nope.
let's get at that because we can already put out there more black girls have been kicked out of the home due to them confronting their mom about, oh, your boyfriend is your the household dad being forced to play mommy while mother runs
Yep.
the street. So you
And you
can't say
better not question your
you
mama
can't
neither, because then it's
you can't.
disrespectful.
No, it's not disrespectful. If I hold on,
I
so
know
wait,
it's
wait.
not,
So
BMT. I'm just
so
saying that's what
so
they have to hear.
but
That's the
see,
general consensus.
when you ask that, and I put that, see, I'm ready, boy. I'm ready, boy. My class is ready for this.
I
So,
know, BMT. I just want to get the right like you. I wanted to give you the right question to answer. What I'm saying is, I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that's not the kids aren't able to access
yeah.
that.
Well, the thing about it now is it's the internet now. It's called the internet. See, now you have it where it's the World Wide Web. See, I grew up in a latchkey generation where there was no parent holistically like that. We had sitcoms and TV shows and other stuff. So then when we looked at how our fucked up shit, and we were like, damn,
Yep.
let me look at this stuff and let me mirror case. So yeah, I ain't have no parent. I had TV. We had the internet coming into play and all that other stuff. So then we could easily look around and say, whoa, so this is not how it has to be. We could do it like that. So this is why you're starting to have people like, man, I thought I was the only one, or I thought that this was normal in the community. And they're like, nope,
Right.
it wasn't like that. So now you got it where these kids have no type of affiliation of ties, or they cut their own ties from that of their own culture, well, whatever culture, nigga culture that they had, or their own talking point. They're like, nah, I just don't bang with it. Hell, I don't do none of that stuff because it wasn't beneficial to me. So you got boys like that had to play daddy to a household. Now they coming on. See how they're jacked up. And you got girls who were put out or sold out to other people or to men. Like these people are now grown now. Now they're grown and that they have their own ways now. Like there was we got to talk. Nobody wants to talk about the sellout age or when kids were getting sold out by the people that were supposed to watch their back, but then want the guard respect to say, "Hey, listen to me now. Fuck you. I ain't listening to
Right.
you for shit." So it is like I said. I ain't going back. Let me go ahead and sit down.
Yeah,
You
Right. No.
got to.
I agree with BMT on that with the sellout age, because that there definitely was the sellout age, and that was definitely the boomers. But go ahead, Topaz. I'm sorry.
No. You good. And so BMT, like I'm telling you, and I'm telling Faith, I agree with y'all, but I'm here speaking today for the people who don't get to have that. You know what I'm saying? Because my overall goal is for us to be able to recognize that that is the problem and what we need to put in place if we want to have more kids that say, yes, I have a choice where I don't have to end up exactly like my parents. But what we have in society is people who say, oh, your mama did this, so you're gonna do it, and then they don't give that kid any other option. And if the child tries to do anything different, they still judge the kid based on something that they ain't even done. You know how many people come into my office as teenagers that they're being judged by something that they didn't even know was a thing just because their parents did it, and now I have to help them talk to their elders about, like, you know, it's not a self-fulfilling prophecy unless y'all like create all of the stuff, that all of the factors that go into it for them to have no other choice but to do the same thing. So yeah, I was a latchkey kid too. I got in trouble for asking my family why our family don't look like the Cosby Show, because that's what raised me. Okay, and that's what made me want to actually go to college. And then and you're right, it's interesting that you brought up a different world, because that's what made me say I could go to college, because nobody in my family ever talked about college. And then I'm looking back as an adult, I saw that all the things that I tried to do when I would listen to those TV shows, and they would say, you got to study, you got to get good grades, and you got to do the projects and take on extra credit and join clubs and all this stuff, that when I tried to do that, it was an inconvenience for my family. It got in the way. And then I had to hear how I think I'm better than everybody. So that caused me to be separated from my family while still living with them. And then after that, it was, well, I don't have to help you with this, and it just snowballs from there. So my point for all of this is, if for us to just say, well, you just need to do better, that's not enough. We can sit on these panels all day and talk about what needs to happen, but if you're not putting in nothing out there for it to actually come into fruition, you're just complaining.
So what do you? Okay, so let's look
Okay,
at
so
the.
about the vetting thing, I'm
Yeah.
glad you asked, BMT. Okay, so about the vetting thing, I agree. We do need to vet. But in the cultures that do have courting and vetting and all of that kind of stuff, you know what they have? A set standard. That's what you're judging them on. And then now here's the part where I disagree with Cynthia G. It's not the fact that men are liars and all of that gets in the way, because there are women liars too. It's not the fact that women are liars. People are gonna lie. But if you have somebody that says, well, this guy came on a date telling me all of these accomplishments, all these achievements or whatever, and we were on a date, and so I asked him, could he show it to me? Could he pull up his Credit Karma and let me see that he actually got this 800 credit score? And he got offended and stormed out. There are people that will tell her, well, what kind of conversation is that on first date? No. Like, listen, if we say that the new standard in Black culture is don't date a man that can't show you that he can manage his finances and his character, and that is apparent through credit, and it is okay for you to ask him to see this credit score on the first date. People will tell her that she did too much. So if you want women to vet, when they start vetting, then she need to be able to get up from the table and say, oh, well, you're a liar until proven otherwise. And then we don't call her a bitch. We don't tell her that she, ain't being fun. She don't want to keep a
That
man and all
part.
this kind of
You
stuff.
don't think people don't do
That
that?
part. That part.
You don't think people don't do that now? Like, I mean, depends on the
Don't do
social
which
circle.
part?
Okay, I'm telling you right now, like I'm watching these young gals say, "Hey, well, I went on the lot and I pulled that car straight up, like driving up in like sports cars." I'm seeing girls get Hellcats. I'm seeing dudes talking and strutting their stuff like, "Yo, I pull this bag, I do this and do that." Like It's either you got it or you don't. And I mean, yeah, you got the people who don't want to fake the funk, but now this is either you're gonna bullshit or you could just tell them the truth. It is for what it is. Now, yeah, this is why I don't think a lot of people understand. Like this new generation, they're so straightforward and blunt. There is no modesty anymore. Like it's either you
Then
like with it.
stop telling them. So then stop telling them that they doing too much.
Who I said that? When I said they doing too much?
Not you. It's not you, BMT. I'm saying like that's what they're up against. So for us to sit up here and say y'all need to, be straight front, y'all need to ask these questions, y'all need to vet, and then when they do, then we don't get to tell them, hey, you doing too much. Like that's what's supposed to happen. Not and the people that aren't doing it, we supposed to tell them you supposed to do it. So that's
Right.
my point.
So if a woman says this, okay, so a woman telling me, listen, I got my own bag. I'm gonna pay for my own dinner. That ain't going to listen. I seen plenty of gals say, listen, I can pay for my own plate of food. It's good. I'm good. Now, if she's doing that, that doesn't mean, oh my God, he's any less than a man. No, she's doing that. Versus you got the girls who are like, no, the man pay for this, the man pay for that, the man pay for this, the man pay for that. Okay, cool. And then you'll have it where some people like, I can do that. Some people say, I'm not trying to do all that. I don't want to do it. That's fine. I'd rather people be open and say, I can't handle that pressure with that woman, or I can't deal with that type of man. That is fine. I'd rather people not bullshit. Don't waste my fucking time. That's the thing about I tell a lot of people, like, hey,
Okay, but
oh man,
BMT, But
what?
BMT, you hear all these different comparisons about what people can do on a first date. That's the problem. We don't have a
Right.
set standard. So here's the thing: those women that are coming up there, oh, I could buy my own plate of food. It don't even matter. Like that, you're not vetting. At that point, you might be answering a question for him if that's something that he cares about. But you're not asking. You're not trying to get to know him. You talking about what you can do. So that ain't vetting. So that wouldn't go down either. If we're gonna teach young women that they need to vet men, and we'll talk about men vetting women in a minute, right? But if we're going to teach women that they need to vet men, why are you showing up talking about your Hellcat in the parking lot? Why are you showing up talking about how much you could pay for your own meal? Just sit your ass down and then see who paid for the meal in a minute. You got the point for you bringing, because I was always told bring money on a date so that you won't ever be stranded in case he don't want to pay for it, right? So
That's
that's for
why we
your
told that?
pocket though. That's not for
Why
you
we
to
wait?
bring up. You're not asking him anything. You talking about what you can do.
So hold on. But see,
Exactly.
that's your standard. Like y'all are older women. Y'all are older women, like versus that of younger women.
Well,
I don't
the
think
older
y'all.
generation is supposed to be teaching the younger generation. That's the whole point.
And
I
and the younger
mean,
women are saying that because they tired of getting called gold diggers. Now I understand the reaction. What I would tell the younger women is that ain't the right reaction. I get how you feel. I get what would make you come to that as a conclusion to do, but that ain't the end
That
goal.
is not the right message that you want to be sending out, because now you're setting
Right,
yourself up to be used.
I
right.
mean, like I said, uh, to each is their own. Again, the older
But when you
women, the
have to
younger
each his
women.
own, how can you vet? Because you don't have a standard to say, like, okay, so courting, you know what makes courting work is if everybody agrees that this is what you're supposed to be looking for. Okay. When
Right.
you're saying to each his own, it means I can do whatever I want to do. And here's the thing, I
Yes,
would even
you
sign up
can.
for that if everybody shut the fuck up. Like if you're gonna do what you want to do, then I
Hold
don't
on,
want to hear
hold
no
on, hold on,
complaining.
hold on, hold on, Topaz, hold on.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
you just say? You said when you say to each his own, that opens it up to what, for everybody to just do whatever, and there's no standard. Can I give you a round of applause for that?
I tell you what,
Yes,
Oh, Faith,
it's
and I just want to
y'all
let
can
you
have
know.
this is a female conversation now.
No,
Y'all
no,
can
no,
have
it's
it.
not
I'm
BMT.
about
No, I'm
this
sorry.
one.
I'm happy you up here. But Faith, I just want to let you know I will be taking that clip from you. Okay. At least I'm telling you up front. I'm gonna
Oh,
be
you
stealing
say,
that.
man, I gotta
But I'm
dodge
honest.
these
But I'm honest.
conversations, man.
But I'm honest. She ain't gonna just come to my channel and see it up there in a few days. I'm letting you know right now. But BMT, we happy
Listen,
you here because you giving a male
no,
perspective. You know what I'm saying?
no,
Like I'm just telling you.
I'm hearing y'all perspective. I'm hearing y'all perspective, but I don't think y'all are catching my
I am
perspective.
I'm hearing you,
No, you're
BMT, and
not.
what I'm saying is we could go either way, but if we're gonna pick one as a culture, we gotta decide is
What
everything
culture?
laissez-faire, or we gonna have something that this is what you're supposed to do, this is what you're supposed to look for.
Yeah, I got a question. What culture are you talking about? What culture are you talking about? American culture, or what culture are you
What I
talking about?
envision Black culture could be like.
I don't even know
Right.
what black culture is supposed to
We're
be.
trying
So
to establish a standard, but every time we try to establish a standard, somebody comes down from wherever the hell they come down from and say we can't have it because of whatever. And I'm so sick and tired of that. Like we'll
I,
never get anything done at this rate.
I will tell you what. Let me know when you want to do that culture, that standard talk. And I'm gonna just, like I said, if y'all want to have a conversation, then that's fine. But like I said, it's again, y'all if, until y'all can tell me your benchmark on what you notching off of your standard, which I haven't heard y'all tell me what's your standard of who y'all get y'all talking points from, then
Okay, I can tell you where I get mine from.
who?
Okay, so from my job, honestly, and also my job plus
God.
my job plus the experiences that I've had and seen in my own life, as well as learning vicariously through other people. So yes, it is based on the environment that I grew up in and
Oh,
what I think the solution should be.
okay. Okay. So in all fairness, right? In all fairness, you're going off of, and thank you for your honesty. You're going off of that of your
Right.
environment that you placed yourself in now, and also vicariously through that of you know your
What I
lifestyle
see through my
decision.
job, what I see, and I also because I'm loquacious. If I go in a restaurant and get takeout, I'll sit at the bar and just talk to the people there. So it's anybody in my life that I've met and had an actual conversation with. And I do want to
Okay,
say
okay,
this: I am open to hearing from people who've had a different environment, and what I would like to have those conversations so that we could put all of that together, and we might notice a bigger pattern. The bigger the sample, the better the hypothesis is going to be.
okay. Like I said, I mean, hey, like I said, I can't tell y'all, and like I said, that's why I don't try to benchmark people because, like I said, it's good to have a standard. I mean, mine was very easy, but that sounded unattainable about get education and certain stuff. But again, that is, I don't know, like that to me would have made more sense. Uh, Black culture, I usually would ask people like, well, then tell me what the other cultures standards are doing that are in America. Like, tell me their cultures. And most black people don't know what their culture is or what they do. They just go off of what the perception of TV or hearsay versus you're just an American. Just say you're an American culture, and then. I mean, honestly, yeah, you're gonna go off of your demographic of, hey, I choose to rock with this or do that, but then it's only going to
But
matter to what that
have
person chooses.
other groups here in America like Asians, Latinos. They're Americans too, but they still have a standard culture.
No, they
Right.
don't. What's the
Yes.
standard?
How do they not have a standard culture?
Okay, so what's their standard culture? I mean, it'd be great. Okay, tell me what's the like. But if they're American, the American is their standard.
Not
They're
everybody that comes over here identifies as American. So what I
everybody.
will answer,
Why you keep believing everybody's coming over here still like that? Like if they're born
what
in
do
America, then they're
No,
American.
no, no. Everybody isn't coming over here, but of the people that did come, some of them acclimate, some of them assimilate. So not everybody thinks that they're American. There are Middle Easterners, for instance, that will, and this is just because I just had a client this morning. Okay, so they come over here, and there are some that call themselves Indian American, and there are some that call themselves just American, and there are some that call themselves Indians that are living in America. Okay, they are not all one and the same. So what I'm saying is whatever I'm getting is going to depend on the degree to which they now see themselves as an American. But what they do have is they have where they come from. They have what their ancestors believed, and then they get to agree or disagree and make their own identity. We don't get to have, as Black people, we don't get to have that. So what I'm proposing is that starting in 2023, we decide what we believe, and then we start from there, and at least then we have something we can pass down for our kids to agree or disagree with.
All
But
right,
we
Right.
y'all
don't
let
even
me
have
know
that
how that
right now.
goes. Let me know how that go. I
Oh,
will
it's been
definitely be
going messed
watching.
up. Nobody has jumped on the bandwagon. All anybody can do is
Right.
say, I'm gonna do what I want to do when I feel like it. Nobody
Right.
don't want to give up that. So I can tell you how it's going. It's been going like nothing. But I try when I get some energy available.
You're right. Because like I said, I'm gonna sit from afar and do what's working for me. Like I ain't, I'm not jumping on none of these bandwagon. Like I said, I'm meeting Latin kids that can't even speak Spanish for shit, or
Yep.
Filipino kids. So all this the people that they want to believe that they're special, or that they're, when it comes time for, hey, justice, no peace, or government, you need to do this. Oh, depend on your little micro government. Why you running to the U.S. government? Because you belong. You're integrated into the system. You're spending U.S. dollars.
Ah,
Okay, everybody like to
okay.
believe that they're special. They're not special. There is no specialty
Okay.
here.
So BMT, while you bring that up, so that is exactly what my point was for why if we don't have a set standard, then that's why we can't expect, kids to take our advice about like vetting and stuff like that. Is
Right.
because there are factors outside of them that they can't control. No man is an island, so you are going to have to depend on somebody at some point. And if that person says, I am not supporting you with this ideal that you hold, you're going to have to then decide whatever it is that they have, is it worth me keeping my ideal that I'm trying to live up to, or do I have to go ahead and just let that go? So what I'm saying is that's why the support piece is so necessary, because for that woman to walk away from that table saying, I now denounce you as a liar until you can prove otherwise about this credit score bullshit, then until she has a place where she can go where they're not berating her and telling her that she did the wrong thing. And it's even worse in Black culture now, because everybody tell her something different. She may get two people that say, yeah, you did the right thing. She may get one person to say, oh girl, you stupid. It don't even matter, because who care how he got the money as long as he paying your bills and all that kind of stuff. And that's retarded too. But I digress.
But you know
So
what,
if she,
Topaz? Let me just add to what Topaz just said. But Topaz, you know what I think it is? I think most of the pushback is coming from the people that benefit from
mm-hmm,
the lies. The people
yep,
that benefit the most from the status quo, these are the people that are fighting against it the most. It's just like when I did my Better Class of Women. When I
oh yeah,
said we need to be better, we need to draw a line in the sand, separate the ladies from the hoes. Oh, who but the people that fell into the latter category were sitting up here saying, oh no, Faith, we all the same. They want to keep the lines blurred. Why do they want to keep the lines blurred? Because it benefits them. And when
yep,
people can't distinguish from the classy lady to the hoe, it benefits the hoes, not the classy lady. Because now look what's happening. All women are not being treated like classy ladies. Now we're all being treated like hoes because the men can't tell the difference.
So how do you know? Okay, so all right, and I'm listening to all of this because again, I mean, anybody can switch up out of convenience for whenever they so choose to
But they can they
want
can
to.
only they can only hide and they can only pretend for so long.
I don't
oh,
know. I don't know about
well,
that because
let me say this. Let me say this real quick, BMT, and I promise then I'm gonna shut up and let you have it, right? So, Faith, that's something, because I was listening to you while I was like twisting out my hair earlier. So, when you said that, right? Can you say it again? Because it was something I wanted to bring up.
Okay, what I'm saying is the people that are making the loudest noise about drawing the line in the sand and distinguishing between lower class and people that don't have class and people that do have class are the people that don't have class. They're the ones that benefit. Okay, and I use women who are classy versus women that are considered hoes. Okay, the hoes are the ones that benefit because what ends up happening is when those lines are blurred, men can't tell the difference. Women that
Oh
are
yeah,
classy
that.
women that are classy lose out because now what ends up happening is they don't treat all women as being classy women as a result of the lines being blurred. Now they treat majority of women as being hoes because they can't tell who's a hoe and who's not.
Okay, so now that's what I wanted to say earlier is, so here's the thing, right? I know that people can lie, they can keep up a facade, but see, that's what happens when you just tell people you need a man that make money that has a job and you don't tell people why that's important. Okay, so when we're teaching our younger kids, the reason why they mess up the lesson is because we don't teach them the spirit behind the lesson. Yes, there are going to be exceptions, but the kid doesn't know which one of the exceptions to make, right? Also, people can lie, they can keep up a facade, but if you don't notice the underlying qualities, what's the point of having a man that has money? Is so that there will be security. What kind of man is going to have money that he didn't trip and fall into by accident? There are men that get money from their homeboys to take a chick out on a certain type of date just so he can try to get in her drawers or her mind, depending on the type of dude he is, just for that reason. All of that's a whole lying facade. And then he didn't miraculously lose the job. He just had people that were willing to lie for him and say that he had a job for him to be able to go out on that date. So if the point of it isn't like every man with a job still ain't somebody that passes the test. It's the type of job that he got. Do you want a man that has a job where it's just a 9 to 5, it's just to make ends meet and he hated every day? Or do you want a man that has a job, but he found his passion and he's genuinely interested in what he's doing and he's going to contribute to his field? Because that type of man will never be broke. Even if he lose a job, somebody in that field gonna hire him as a consultant. He'll be able to start his own business in that firm. He'll be able to do independent contracting. He's never gonna be broke in that field because he has a voice and he fully understands it. Whereas a man where this job is just a 9 to 5, and yeah, he make good money, but the minute he lose it, he can't pivot well because it's not a job that he actually understands. So that was my point, is when we're talking about the whole vetting thing, it's not just what you see up front. You got to also look at the characteristics that make that a quality that we want. Why do we want people who are honest? Because honest people take responsibility for their actions, and you can believe what it is that they're telling you. Their thought process is, you can get closer to them, you can understand them, and then you can feel safe with them. That's why we like honesty. A person is just blunt, just saying whatever's on their mind. Some of that stuff we don't care about. I care about, you need to know what you need to be honest about. What do we even need to be talking about? Because that's way different than a person who's a liar. So that's what I wanted to add to that.
All right.
Yeah,
So
that's
let
that's
me.
what you call quality over volume.
So
Right.
all right. So
Okay, BMT, your
I
audio is jacked up right now.
already know what I for. Hang on. I'll fall down. I'll go down.
Okay, I heard something about fall down. I couldn't hear. Okay, I guess he went off. But everything that you said, Topaz, is right on target. And this is the same thing that I try to impart to especially the younger generation and even women our age. I mean, hell, women our age need to know, because some of us are messed up, as you have probably seen even on this here, platform. So, developing the standard. What you said earlier was key. We have to develop the standard within our group where people are not being ostracized for actually, how can I say, you said it earlier. I can't say it exactly how you said it, but people are being ostracized for actually doing, whatever the standard is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and that is a big problem for our culture in general. I have my theories on why, but we, and I'm saying we because, no matter what I do, I'm always going to be a part of Black culture. um like, we praise when people, you said it earlier, we praise when people are able to get over on somebody. That's not an admirable quality. It's all well and good when they getting over on somebody else, but them getting over on somebody else could potentially snowball and come back around and hit you. It ain't that person that's getting over on you, but the things that they do and they put into the culture are gonna come out someplace else. For instance, this woman just went on a dinner date. She got this dude that she's not interested in to take her to this expensive restaurant, right? Okay, now this dude is going online bitching and moaning. There's somebody else that felt that way, and then they say, okay, you know what, I'm tired of feeling this way. And then you meet that person in a grocery store. Now y'all going on a date, and now he is leaving you at the table with the check. You watch that happen. You watch that be seen as a good thing to be put out there in the universe, and you didn't think that it was ever going to come back and hit you. It may not be the person that you are watching do it so you feel like you safe, but it's going to come back and hit you in some kind of manner. So these things are like, we have to stop that. We have to stop praising people for getting over on somebody. That should not be something that we want in society, whether or not it directly impacts us right now or not.
That's true. It's going to take a miracle for people to get away from that, because there are people that hold vendettas against people, and their vendetta against that person or that particular group is stronger than their need to do right as far as setting a standard. And that's what our group has really, really bad.
Yep.
But I see Hustle and Muscular is back on the panel. You got your audio together?
It never had an issue. I had to let my phone charge up for a while, but I'm back.
All righty. Did you want to add anything to the conversation, H&M?
Yeah, going back to what the sister was saying about praising bad behavior, that's something I've been noticing for years. We condone bad behavior if it's done by the woman, but if we let a man do the same kind of thing, then now it's a problem. We're so quick to call out us men for our BS and fuckery, but when y'all ladies do something wrong, it's suddenly not a problem. And I remember one of the guys mentioned how, who was it, Young Miami let her son go to a strip club? Seriously, what mother in her right man does that? And not one adult said that. And y'all wonder why single mothers get the bad reps that they've been getting for the past few years or decades. Because you got women like that who are just traumatizing these kids, are putting them in adult situation that they're not even old enough to understand. Seriously, why would you want to take your son or daughter to a damn strip club or a damn nightclub? And we let that kind of behavior slide, and you wonder why the kids of this generation are so messed up, because they come from messed up ass families. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? It wasn't just Young Miami that did no mess like that. I forget that one particular rapper that allowed his son, I think his son was like 15, and he had Boosie.
Little Boosie badass.
Yeah, he had strippers at his 15-year-old son's birthday party.
And wasn't it a rapper recently? It's one of them new age rappers, right? The little young ones. He called his son gay or something like that because he didn't want to stay at the in the house where they had called strippers over in the living room for somebody's party. The kid went to the closet and he went out and was like, "What's wrong with you? You gay or something?" Like it was one of these
in
young
the closet, literally.
Yeah,
that was Blueface.
Okay, see now, and I got my own problems with that whole relationship right there. I just don't even want to get into it. It's a long story. But
yeah, that was his 6-year-old son.
All that is terrible. And to be honest with you, here's my issue with that, right? So I hear what you're saying, Mr. Hustler, right? I hear you and I agree with you. But when I do speak out, I don't get the backing. You know what happens is the people that get hit by that decide that they get to attack me because they feel attacked by it, right? So according to them,
Right.
I drew first blood. And so then the men will sit there and say, and it's not all men, it's the men that are benefiting from women behaving like that, right? They will then jump on the bandwagon and attack me, and at the very minimum, they won't stop those women from attacking me. So then now I am forced with the choice of, okay, do I want to stop what all of my productive stuff that I'm doing to have this argument back and forth, or because if I do that, where are the people that are going to be supportive to me and say, yeah, let's support this, let's make sure she's taken care of while she's in somebody else's business?
No, honey, you are not going to get any support, because what's going to happen is that crowd is going to start divvying off and picking whoever it is that they like the best. It's not going to be about who's right. It's going to be about who they like the best, and whether they right or wrong, and they're going to all band together and you're going to be the target.
Exactly. And then the men who complain about that are gonna watch. And then some of them will even say, well, you should have minded your business. So, like, I've learned that I'm not doing all of that. I'm not going to do it. Because unless people who are saying, oh, well, the women who don't agree with that need to say something, unless those people are going to be a support system for me when I have to go through all of that, because I know what all that entails, what all you have to go through when you do decide to speak out against things that I consider to be wrong. Right?
Okay, no, because see, I don't get caught up into that whole thing with these men. I don't listen
Oh
to
no,
none of
I'm
these
not doing it.
men because, like, when Danica and Six and
Yep.
countless others did, went to bat for these men, these same men watched those women get chewed up and spat out, and then they turned around and had to say rend their legs on themselves.
Yep.
So no, I always say faith stands alone. These are my opinions, and I don't give a damn who like it or who don't like it. I'm just gonna speak my truth and keep it moving. I don't care who support me.
And my thing is, I'm gonna just do what I feel is best for me. And so, with that whole thing about, well, men can't tell the difference or whatever, they would if they open their eyes. But that's the problem. They're not looking to see, because you could see by the woman's character. The Young Miami, anybody that couldn't see that she would be cool with her son throwing strippers money, and now, is this not the one that also says she don't want her daughter to be a city girl, but her son could bring home a city girl?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so y'all don't get the pattern yet. Y'all don't understand how those two sentences could roam around in her mind like that.
But see, it's like you said, there's no set standard. So,
Exactly.
once we get the standard set, and when we shut up all the people running up in here, nah, we can't do that. Now those are the people. Like I said, it's got to be a civil war. Whenever there's any type of tribal moray that needs to be set, there's always a civil war. You're not going to be able to get past it. So in the civil war, unfortunately, Topaz, you gonna get hit. I'm gonna get hit. H&M gonna get hit. BMT gonna get hit, because there's more other people that benefit from the status quo. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And
Yeah,
they
but I
don't
wouldn't
want
even
the
mind.
status quo to change.
I wouldn't even mind getting hit. That's not the point. The point is, like, because any moral that you're trying to change, you gotta prove, you gotta fight for why you think it, should exist, right? So I wouldn't even mind getting hit. It's just that I would be blamed then for anything that I don't have or can't do now because of it. So that's the part that angers me, is like, oh, okay, so, I'm trying to do something that would be for the greater good. And then I get yelled at for, let me see, not having time to spend with somebody that wants my attention right now. Okay, so they don't ever have to pay attention to the fact that it's bigger things that need to be done. No. Okay, well then guess what? And so therefore and here's the last thing, and then I promise I'm gonna shut up. So another reason why I don't try to correct nobody else is because as long as they got some an audience that says, oh, this is okay, yes, I support you, I'll be there for you, who am I to tell them that what they're doing is wrong or that it's going to lead to an ultimate negative end? I can't
No,
prove
you
that.
don't do that on their platform. Do it on yours.
Yeah, but I still can't even tell them that it's not a good idea for them to do if they got a support system that praises them for doing it. What's the negative thing? What's the consequence that they're going to feel? What exactly am I warning them about if there's no negative consequence because of it?
Only time will tell. I mean, when
True.
you're trying to be the trendsetter, you're just gonna have to go against the grain. You're just gonna have to, and time will tell who's right and who's wrong. And usually, sooner rather than later, those same people that was sitting up there loud and wrong with all they loud and wrong followers, they meet their demise.
And you know how they see that though? Because like if everybody's meeting their demise, then it's still not a negative consequence, right? So that's why I don't take time out of my life to try to correct nobody else, because if I believe in something and I think I'm doing the right thing, then at the end, it wouldn't matter if I'm standing on top and they're not. If I'm in the same boat as them, was it really a consequence? So I
Well,
gotta like I gotta take care of me so that I'm okay. Otherwise,
Well,
what
I
was
see
it?
what you're saying, but
Yeah.
the thing about it is, Topaz, you if it gets to that point, because I take breaks, like if it
Mm-hmm.
gets to the point where it becomes the heat gets hot, 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 and I'm over here taking all the punches, it's okay for you to step back, take a break, but don't give
Yep.
up. Don't give up.
Yeah. And I go through that a lot too. I don't know. Like I get these days where I'm like, man, fuck black people. But then I just gotta take some time, be by myself for a minute, and I'm like, okay, now I love y'all, but y'all getting on my damn nerves. So I definitely know what you're saying. So I wouldn't it's for me, it's not even like the fear quality. I wouldn't mind being the only person it's always been me against a mob. I've had that like dynamic in my life a whole lot. What I'm saying though is it really even worth it? I could just save me and myself and the people that want to listen. Okay. And everybody else, y'all want to listen, you do you. Do your thing over there. Then, like when I jump into it is when it starts to affect something that I got going on. Now, if
Girl,
if
how
there
how
was a
about
bigger movement, huh?
how about this? How about when you leave it alone and you leave them alone, but the mob come to you? I done had the mob
Yep,
come to
that
my
happens
church.
too. Yep. And that's why there are some decisions where even if it's not that's what I was talking about a few minutes ago. There are some decisions where even if it's not bothering you, you're going to have to say something because you don't want that put out there in the atmosphere.
Right.
So that's the discernment quality, and that's where the golden standard that we need to have. That's why some of these decisions need to be made already up front. What are we willing to tolerate? What do we want our culture to look like? That's what we need to do. That's why all this vetting and all of this stuff. Yeah, you're supposed to do it, but it's not gonna matter if people in the community think that it's okay to help that person pass the test. And then, you like, okay, so put it this way, right? There's a young couple, they're dating, they're vetting, they're courting, they're doing all of the things, right? But because it matters more when the woman gets more damage. Okay, so let's say that the dude was lying and he had his friends, his family helping him to pretend like he had a job. They were even paying bills for him to help raise his credit score so that it would pass the test. So now you asking for the credit score is where it's supposed to be. But they are hiding the qualities from you. They are coaching him on what he's supposed to do in order for you to see some good character in him. So you get married, you start to have 2 kids, and then bam. Now, not only is he a cheater, he a sloppy cheater too. He a disrespectful, sloppy cheater. He paying the other woman bills, letting y'all rent laps and all this kind of stuff. And then people will sit there and tell you, you should have chose better. How did you not
Yeah,
see the
you're
red
right.
flags?
You're
So
right.
that's what needs to stop. And then when she goes to her support system, her friends, they got their own families going on. So they don't have time to stop and help her to raise these 2 kids or whatever. So they be like, well, you need to go back, you need to stay because I got my 2 kids and them kids need their father. But why does the community not say no? Those kids don't need that father that will go to that length. Those kids
But
don't need that
it's
paternal
always a
family.
double standard, Topaz, because
Yeah.
the same way that they'll sit up there and berate that woman, telling her that she didn't choose right when when she married that guy. But if it was a guy and the woman went out and she had an outside kid and she was
Yep.
straight holding it up, they never ever criticized the man. They still criticize the woman. Oh, she a straight up hoe. She destroying the family. She done went out there and didn't treat that good man so wrong. They never, ever, ever get on the man. Never.
And Faith, even if there were people that agreed that she should have left and she's doing the right thing or whatever, they still aren't going to be there for her because they're gonna be like, well, listen, I got my family to take care of. I got to do this. I don't have space. I don't have room for you and your 2 kids. So she ends up having to go back. And then with the man, though, there will be no limit to the amount of people that would be there that would be prepared to take care of him and make sure that him and the kids are okay if he had this cheating ass woman that went and got a baby outside the marriage.
Oh yeah,
People
he
would
would have
make
a
space.
plethora of many, many different women wanting to take her place. Or I'm better than her. You should have chose me in the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have never let him get away with dot, dot, dot. I would have done this. I would have done that. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the point of the matter is it's not even just the people. Yeah, those two, that couple can vet, they can do all of that stuff. But if there's not the backbone behind them to make this a real standard such that The people watching them vet will say, yes, this is what I should do. I should do it that way, because even if something goes wrong, they will be taken care of, because they said they, you know why cultures do that? The culture will take care of a young couple that did things the way they said to do, because y'all did what y'all was supposed to do, and this was unforeseeable, and now we are all in this together, and we want this behavior to continue, so we're going to make sure that you're taken care of, and the person who did wrong is not. If we don't have
You know
that
what?
backbone
It's
behind it,
similar.
none of that
What you're
matters.
talking about is similar to how the Jews have it set up. Now, the
Yeah.
Jews do have a setup just like that. Whereas if a woman, gets divorced from her husband, the community will band together and take care of that woman and that children and those, excuse me, and those children, and they will shun whoever was wrong in the relationship, whether it be him or her. So they do have a culture. You're absolutely right. We need to
And
set up something where that is the standard in our culture.
and you
But
know
right
why?
now,
That works,
right,
because when the
mhm,
culture is pitching in, no one person has to overextend themselves. So
right.
that's why it works. Okay, so if it's just only like, in black culture, the closest we'll ever get to that is people be like, okay, well, her family need to come together, and they'll go and tell her family what her family need to do. But if her family ain't got it, they could want to do this stuff all they want to. It still ain't gonna happen. So it's gonna need more than just her family to take in her with in the example, two with her and two kids.
Girl, we
It's
don't
gonna need
never
to be
band
more than that.
together to do nothing positive for each other. You want to know what
No,
make black people band together real fast? Is when we want to beat
debauchery.
down, when we want to
Yep,
beat down another black person and see them suffer. That's when we band together. Like I never
yep,
seen how look how fast we band together like Voltron with the Carly Russell situation. Oh,
yep,
punish her, stone her. Oh, she needs to get more time. I'm
yep.
like, look, the way we band together to punish Carly Russell, if they had been us banding together to get reparations, we probably would have had it.
And you know what else, Faith? And then I promise I'm be quiet, because I know I started this off talking to Hustler, right? So we also could have banded together to tell her that appearance ain't the only thing that matters. Because see, you know what this was? This was vanity. She could not go back and say that this man left me for a stripper. She cared way too much about what she would look like in a scenario like that. Now, should she look like anything negative because a nigga leave you for a stripper? No. I say let that nigga go and let him get everything that a stripper in a relationship brings to you. Okay. So why would anybody be making her feel bad? But she, did all of this, went to all of these lengths because she had to get that man back to win by any means necessary. So
Like
if
I
we had been
said,
telling
the
her that
title,
beforehand,
we as black
hmm,
women, we are just, I don't know, we are mesmerized by that title, wife, and being able to say my husband. I don't know why that's so important to us, but you're absolutely right. She did all
because
that to skip that.
there are things in a society that you get for having a husband. A woman could be dead wrong, just out and out against everything, like the universal bad. We all agree that it's bad to assault people, right? I don't think nobody would say that you are well within your rights to do an unprovoked assault on somebody. There could be a woman, because she's married, could get away with shit like that because she now has a husband that's supposed that people tell him that he's supposed to show up and fight for her, good or bad, right or wrong. And that ain't what the fuck's supposed to happen. He's supposed to gently correct her. There was a whole thing on social media a while ago about if your wife is wrong in an argument when y'all at a party or something like that, do you check her, or do ride out with her? And it was people that was sitting there saying, no, you supposed to ride out with her, and if you won't check her, it's supposed to be in the car. No, where you act up is where you get smacked up. Like that's not how that's for. You ain't supposed basically for you to take her out quietly is you saying that this behavior is okay with you, because that's what the public sees. That's what we all as a
Right.
society know. That's what we see, is that you're condoning this. And we don't know if you're going to ever check her in the car or whatever. So my point for all of that is, that's why women want that title, is because you could do anything, because you got at least one person that's going to lie for you and be on your side. And then now the smaller things is that now people will say, oh, that means you make good decisions, so I can trust you in other areas, shit that don't got nothing to do with marriage. Like there are studies that prove that even at work, if you're married, people see you as more stable. It don't matter that you got this toxic ass relationship that's all over social media that we all have to sit through and listen, and then y'all don't want to tell us the end because now all of a sudden y'all want to keep y'all business. No, you gave us the beginning of the argument. We need to know how this shit end now. Okay, so now like you could have a toxic ass relationship, but then you're seen as more stable to other people. So that's why women want that title. It's because they don't have to actually do no work to change. Because when you get married, this is at least one person on this planet that's saying you are good enough to keep.
That's true. That is so true.
So until that, at least I got a man, ain't a defense. So if I'm in an argument with you because you tried to skip me in line at the grocery store, okay, and then you say, well, at least I got a man, I think I should be allowed to punch the shit out your ass. That's what I think. You and a nigga.
So fast.
Because that's
Ooh,
got
so
nothing
fast,
to do
brother.
with what we
You take
arguing
it to the
about.
street. Well, I would not say for anybody to punch anybody that's rubbing it in your face, but you do feel like punching them. You do.
Well, because for me, that ain't got nothing to do with what we arguing about. And so since we just doing irrelevant shit, I just feel like, well, that's irrelevant too. And now we even, but now I'm being facetious. You know what I'm saying? The point of all of this is that whole, at least I got a man being a response to every and anything and it being okay. And now the subject is who's single. Because then it'll be people who will just forget about the whole beginning argument and be like, yeah, well, she do got a point though. What the fuck does that don't have nothing to, that's nothing with black people.
But
We don't stay on
that goes
topic.
back to what you said earlier, Topaz. We have to create a safe space and a culture where when we as other women see other knucklehead ass females try to use that as an argument because they can't think of anything to prove their point, we as women have to start shutting that down. And it benefits you as a woman to start shutting that down because that is what they use to try to silence you. And there are more of us that are single than there is us that are married. I don't understand those of us that are single sitting up here advocating to be shut down in an argument every time somebody says they got a man or they married. That's
Because
ridiculous.
they're looking forward to the day where they will be on the other side of that argument. So they're putting in, for future investment. And so, here's I know I'm rambling and I am going to shut up. I know I've already said that, but for me, I basically feel like if people are able to stay on topic, if you like whatever the problem is that we're having, what does you being married have to do with anything unless he's going to show up and resolve this? Okay. So in that instance, if I were as a single woman now in my life, right, to advocate for, okay, well, when you married, that means you shouldn't need no help for nothing. It means if your husband gets fired or whatever, hey, the community, you don't get to apply for nothing. The community ain't gonna help you because you know why? No, because that was your answer to everything. I'm married now. Yeah,
Your husband. I'm married now. Yeah.
right. Now, do I really want that to happen? No, I'd rather a community where, people come together and they support you because, your husband is not a super hero and he's going to need some help sometime too. But if that's what we're doing, right? Like, I would only use that as an analogy to show people the error of their ways. The point of the matter is that marriage solves exactly one thing. Can you get married? That's the only thing that is the answer to. That's it. You still should be
Exactly.
subject to who you picked. So if we want women to vet better, let them start living by the man that they chose, right? If you pick the man just because he's fine, but he can't hold a job and he's relying on his looks to get through, that might have been fine or whatever when he was single. But the minute that y'all get married, some of that's gonna cut off. He might still be able to get it, but it's gonna be a lot less reliable. But listen, that means you got to work 12-hour shift and you still, required to do shit to try to keep this nigga interested. Then that's on you. I don't want to hear you complaining about that shit because you
Well,
married now. And
Topaz,
I stay out of married
you're
people business.
military.
Hmm?
Topaz, you're ex-military, right?
No, why do you say that? That's the first time anybody said that one.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought you were ex-military. Maybe I'm getting you mixed up with somebody else.
No. I wasn't gonna be able to go. That I would have never been able to do that. So I do respect the people in the service, but no,
But
not me,
a lot of
ma'am.
people that have been in the service, they tell me all the time, Faith, you would have been perfect for the military. Your
I have heard
personality.
that. I have heard that. I've heard that I would have done well in the military and that I would have, like, climbed up the ranks and everything. But, okay, self disclosure, it's a heart condition. I would have never passed. So, no.
But I will say this now: in the military, there's a hierarchy where they're
Hmm.
military wives, and if your husband was of a certain rank, you got more of respect, in that hierarchy. And the lower down your husband's rank was, the lower down the respect was. And also in the military, infidelity is not
Yeah,
something that they deal with. They do not tolerate infidelity at all. And
right.
so what I'm saying is, if we can have these strict laws and these strict, because that's law basically in the military, if we can have these strict laws and values for military, how come we can't bring that out into regular society?
Because people want the freedom to fuck up. And you know what? And I'm gonna go ahead and shut up, and I apologize, Mr. Hustler. You go ahead. You haven't said anything. You haven't interrupted or none of that stuff, and I'll just keep going. So, yeah, that's why people want the right to fuck up.
Exactly. It benefits the people. And like I said, there's more people who are out here fucking up than those of us that want to do right. And those are the ones who are the loudest. But I'm gonna shut up too. H&M, did you want to add anything to the conversation?
Oh yeah, I agree with everything she was saying. She said a mouthful, believe that.
I know.
And
I'm
you know what?
sorry.
It's
Topaz,
all right. It's
Topaz is
all
putting
good.
it down.
You you said a mouthful, and you know what? As an Army veteran myself, you're absolutely right. Yep, there is a hierarchy. There is a rank to crawl up. I was an E4 specialist when I came out the military, and you got the sergeant, the staff sergeant, the sergeant first class. So yeah, yes, it's a ladder that you have to climb if you want to sit in the ranks. And as far as the military spouses is concerned, I've heard story after story after story of soldiers, married soldiers, cheating on their spouses, and they get Article 15s and dishonorable discharge. So yeah, that stuff actually does happen. Believe me. Take it from me. I've been in service for 6 years. Just got out before COVID took off, so I know how that stuff go down. So she ain't lying.
Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? I got you mixed up with mahogany. That's what it was.
Yeah, Mahogany, Red, Sister George. That's who I can name off the top of my. Oh, Bon Cherry. Well, I'm sorry, Faith. Listen, those are the people I can name off the top of my head that are
Mm.
ex-military. Look. I just was running down the list. Okay.
But
Wow,
go
who
ahead,
knew?
Hustle.
And shut up,
Yeah.
BMT. I am. I just finished my coffee. Okay, leave me alone.
What's he talking about now?
He called me hyper, and I was like, I know. Okay.
Well, you had a lot to say, so hey, you must be juiced up, but I ain't tripping.
Oh, Lord, not juiced up.
But yeah, I've heard stories of soldiers that be deployed for several months, maybe a year or so, come back home and their spouse cheated on them. So yeah, only find out their wife left them or whatever. So yeah,
Yeah.
it
So,
Hmm.
is
and
it,
did they
it is
get
kind of a
if they
mess for
if
the
they were caught?
soldiers.
What happened to them?
If who was caught,
If the military person was caught cheating on their wife, what would happen to them?
well, if she's in the army herself, she can probably get a discharge. Again, I've heard stories about that kind of stuff happening. Now she's not a now she's just a now she's not in the military. I don't know how that go down. I just know if you're a military wife, you can be discharged if just like your husband can be discharged if he gets caught cheating. So yeah, they got restrictions on that.
Yeah, like I said, I know they're very strict on infidelity in the military. So, like I said, if they can make that a standard in that particular small sector, why can't they do it all over? And like Topaz said, it's because there are those that benefit from the status quo. There are always going to be those people like BMT. Hold on a second. Let me pull up his content. His comment right here. He says, "I like the lower people. They are usually fun."
Yep.
See
They're
the
fun but dangerous.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
I
see,
mean, the
this
mo
is what I'm talking about. The lower echelon. These are the people that are actually creating the standard for us. The loudest
And
and dumbest people are representing us.
here's my question to them: why is debauchery the only thing y'all find fun? Like the people, and I'm not saying that they're lower human beings, but the people that do the behaviors that could be more harmful to us overall. Why is that what's considered fun? How come y'all fun can't never be wholesome?
define what you mean by toxic behavior. 'Cause that can go either way. That can go any direction.
Okay, so problematic behavior, the closer it is to something that we can all agree is universally bad. Like there's no way that we can ever justify unprovoked, aggression towards somebody that wasn't doing anything to harm you, right? So if when you see somebody that is doing that kind of thing, why is that considered fun in the first place?
Oh,
Oh,
that's not
like
fun.
that lady
That's
that was getting
dangerous.
beat up in the restaurant, and her son
Yep,
came in and had to shoot him,
yep,
and the girlfriend was standing by laughing.
yep. Like why is that funny to her is what I don't get.
That's not fun. That's just dangerous.
Yep. And then, okay, so how about this? How about like when I can all agree, I can agree, yeah, I can see what people find to be fun about going to the club or whatever. But if you're in a relationship and to go to the club to cheat on your significant other, why is that considered a fun? People describe it like, oh, it's a rush or whatever. Why is that fun? Why you can't just
Okay,
go in
let
there,
me say
dance, and sit
this.
your ass down somewhere?
Now let me say that when I was in a relationship, yes, I've gone to the club and I've bumped and grand on several women. But the thing is, I didn't take it beyond just that. I would go to the club, get my dance on, and then take my ass home. Now,
Right.
granted, one chick put her number in my phone, and I deleted that shit as soon as she walked away. I'm not gonna do my girl dirty like that.
Right.
So
At
yeah,
least
you have
you
to kind of
deleted it.
Hmm.
yes. Ain't
But why
nothing
was
wrong
you
with
in the
you going
club
to
in
the
the
club.
first place?
Ain't nothing wrong with you. I'm gonna answer that. You see, in my opinion, ain't nothing wrong with you going to the club while you in a relationship. Just have to understand that there are boundaries that need to be set up.
Right.
Number one, when you go to the club, don't be out there trying to hand out your phone numbers or social medias or email address. And number two, don't be trying to go home with any of these people after the night's over with. Knowing you in a
But
relationship with someone, cross any of
but
those
why
lines, then
but
yeah, you
why
are a cheater.
what is the whole pull to going to the club when you got somebody at home though?
Well, for those who go,
I
now
don't know, just to
I'm gonna
have
say,
fun.
well, yeah, okay. So, and here's the thing: I'm not that kind of social. I'll go if everybody's going, but it's not the thing that I look forward to and I'm excited about it and all of that, right? Just because I don't like crowded spaces like that. So, for those who go, okay, you want to go to a place where they have music that's loud and it's expected that you're gonna get on the dance floor. There might be some drinks passed around. The club in and of itself isn't necessarily the problem. It's what you do in the club. How do you use it? That's the problem.
Yeah, but you know what type of atmosphere that is. So like if I'm a woman and I'm in a relationship with a man, like why would I go to the club where there's mostly like people there that's trying to hook up or find somebody or get that one night stand? I know that this is the culture, but I'm going to go
True.
there as a married woman or a married man anyway, and run the risk of being caught up in all of that. I just don't understand why married people especially even go to places like that.
Now that is true. That is the culture. That is the
Hmm.
expectation. But now, guess what? You're gonna have somebody who's married that say, "Okay, we know what goes on in the club, but we like the dancing and the partying, so I'm gonna make a club for married people." And then the same shit gonna happen because the people that go for that are gonna find a place to do it.
Right.
So it's not the
Wait,
club
say
per
that
se that's
again.
the problem. Oh, well, so okay,
A club
if
for
have
married
you ever
people.
Huh? Oh, you are? Okay. So then here's the thing. It's not the club per se that's the problem. It's how you're using it. Because even though we know that that's the culture and that's what's going to go down in there, if that's why you going, you're going to find a place to do it. So what'll happen is there'll be the people that like dancing, that like partying, and they like doing all the things in the club except for hooking up with other people. They'll say, okay, I'm going to open a club and this is where you can expect your married person to be because everybody else in here is married. And therefore we shouldn't have to deal with that, right? But it's gonna be that one married motherfucker that is just a cheater anyway that's gonna go in there and do the exact thing. So it's not the club that's the problem. It's the behavior of the person. If you was looking to go cheat, you could cheat at a grocery store. Are we gonna stop? Are we gonna start saying, oh well, why was you in a grocery store anyway with as a married person? No, it's the
But the thing
person that's
about it
going there.
is, like, you don't expect that in the grocery store. So, but you expect, from the club atmosphere, people are going there to hook up, meet other people and stuff like
You
that.
know
Like, it's
there
the
are
meetup.
people. You know there are people that say the grocery store is a good place to meet people and that they put on makeup to go to the grocery store because you might meet somebody in the checkout
Yeah,
line. You know there are people that
and
do
It
Home
that.
used
Depot.
to be.
You right.
It
Home
It
used to
used
Depot.
to be,
be.
oh, so they not doing that. They moved on finally because I was tired of that shit. Like, no, I just want to get
Now it's
groceries and go
Home
home.
Depot. Now
Yeah,
they're going
Home
to Home
Depot,
Depot looking for a fix it.
right? Church. There are people that
Yeah,
believe
I'm
you should
finna
go
I'm
to.
finna go to Home Depot with my get 'em girl dress on. Be like, yeah, I need some. Let me
Yeah,
quit.
But
like
you ain't gonna
it's
find
the
me in there.
person. It's the no matter where you go. It's people that been hooked up at gas stations at stoplights.
I have.
That's
Well, the gas station part anyway.
Yeah, the
See
car
that?
wash. The car wash is another place where it go down all the time.
See, y'all doing too much. I just feel like, it, it basically it's the person. If you looking to go step out on your marriage, you'll find a way to do it.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I wouldn't just go to places like that where I know that that's the culture and the vibe. Because it's kind of like, okay, oh, I just went to this place where they do threesomes and all this other stuff because it's just fun. But I'm not gonna do a threesome. But that's what goes down there. So why would you even go there? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, to kind of keep the fuckery to a minimum. You
Yeah.
just kind of don't go to places where that's what the culture is. Like the grocery
Yes.
store, the car wash, the gas station. You can't get around that, but you can definitely get around going to that club.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you right now, if that was the case, then there would be people who don't go to the club for that reason. And they will come find you. So let the club live so that way those people can stay out of my regular places. I don't want people trying to hook up with me at church. I need them to have a club to go to for that.
Yeah, you know what? Don't that just piss you off? You in church
Yes,
trying
like
to
leave me
praise the
alone.
Lord, and here come Deacon laid hands on, trying to lay hands on you.
Well, you know what? I was always told that church is the best place to meet somebody. Never mind the clubs, the bars, always go to church. So I can't say I blame them for trying. It's a more wholesome environment. I mean, seriously, go to the club and try to meet somebody. You're either gonna get a butt upside your head or somebody foot upside your ass, upside your nose. You ain't gotta worry
See,
about that in no church at least.
I don't know, man. They've seen. I've seen on
I done
social
seen
media
some
they have
knockdown,
fights
drag out
in
fights in the
church.
church.
They'll do what
Girl,
now?
did I
I've
ever tell
seen.
y'all about the time that my auntie was at the church and she was in there with the lady that was cheating on her boyfriend, and they were both sitting in the same pew, and the
See that?
lady gonna sit up there and pretend like she was getting the Holy Ghost, and she jumped up real fast. My auntie was already up doing her praise dance, and the lady was sitting down. She jumped up all of a sudden fast like she got the Holy Ghost and knocked my auntie into the next poop.
See,
And I
see that?
seen the whole thing. So then my auntie came back, and she made it seem like it was all good. So she was doing her praise dance, and she was sitting down. And so what she did was she fell out and she took her fist and knocked old girl completely out. And I'm
See,
talking about they over here fighting in the name
brawling
of
in the
Jesus.
church.
Mhm.
Well, you know what? And people fight harder in the church, I believe, because they believe they got the spirit of the Lord on them. So they feel like, these are righteous blows that I'm sending out here. But I got to do something real quick, so I got to jump down, y'all. But this was nice. If you still live when I come back, Faith, I'll come back up.
Girl, this as long as I've been on here a long time. But thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you always, Topaz. You always welcome on this panel.
Well, thank you so much, Faith. I try. I be thinking of stuff to say up here to come up here. So, there's that. But and it was nice to meet you. Was this hustler and muscular? Funny. Okay.
Also known as H&M.
H&M. Okay, yeah,
Like,
good. 'Cause I didn't want to keep saying all them different syllables like that. So yes, that's nice. So I will see y'all later on, and I'll be in the clouds, Faith.
All right. Thanks, Topaz. I appreciate you. All right. Shoot, I've been on here for 4.5 hours. Jeez, I didn't even know I was on here this long. So Hustle
I didn't
Muscle,
either.
it looks like you are the last man standing. So I'm gonna let you have the final word.
Yeah. I just want to say that when it comes to vetting, it is important to vet for men and for women. Because when it comes to choosing bad partners, I think men and women should be held accountable. Because when you got women out here choosing men, having kids by said men, and then complain later on when the men will step up and take care of the kids, you're damn right the accountability is on both the man and the woman because they were both irresponsible with their choices. It's his fault because he didn't wrap it up and protect himself before sleeping with that woman. But at the same time, it's her fault because she allowed this mess to go down. So yes, you have to properly vet your partner. I think men and women should vet because it seems like our society expects men to just come to the table already fully together, already this, that, and the third, while the women can come to the table any old kind of which way, no vetting required. Just take a female as she is. To me, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Then you want to get mad at these men for choosing bad women despite giving them the advice of take them as they are. No need to change them. No need to vet them. Take them as they are. No. You vet every freaking body that comes around you. That's just my final thoughts.
All right. And that was Hustler and Muscular. And those were his final thoughts. I appreciate you coming to the panel, brother. And with that, I'm going to give you your roses and your round of applause because I appreciate those 50 words of wisdom. And do please come again.
Will do.
All right. All right. So I'm going to go
Take
ahead
care.
and drop you down. Thank you so much for attending the show. All right, guys. So that was the show. Oh my goodness. For anybody coming in, please remember to hit the like button because that keeps me on top. Share the stream. Guys, please don't be intimidated because it's a 4.5 hour stream. I'm going to try to clip this up, maybe put some timestamps at the bottom or whatever. But it was oh god, this conversation was really good. So if any of you were at work and you were bored, this is definitely the stream that would get you through that job. 4.5 hours of just we had estrogen, we had testosterone, we had all different types of opinions. I love it. It was the great mixture. BMT came up and he had his 2 cents. By the way, Topaz, BMT said that when you get 2 cups of wine, you'll come down. I don't know what he meant by that, but I just thought I'd tattle on him real quick. So I told on him. But at any rate, guys, I love each and every one of you. I really, really do. And I appreciate each and every one of you for coming in and listening. Like I said, when I listened to Cynthia G's live stream yesterday, like I said, for the most part, I agree with a lot of what she said, especially her stance on the gay transvestite men invading women's spaces argument. She was right on point. I do believe that that these men are being misogynistic and they're being bullies, and they have no business trying to invade real women's spaces. But when it comes down to Cynthia G's stance on vetting, she hasn't changed. I mean, I will give her credit for being consistent. She's been consistent. She says don't birth black male babies, and basically, hey, we can't really vet these men because they lie and we don't know if they're telling the truth, which is partially true about the vetting. Now, you know, I'm not going to touch that don't birth them thing because I don't agree with that at all. You can't, if you can't tell, you know, whether you're going to have a girl or a boy. And abortions, even though she says that she's not advocating abortion, the only way that you're not going to be able to birth a black male baby, when you find out that it's a black male baby, then you get rid of it. That's what I think. Now tell me if I'm wrong in making that assessment, but that's what I think happens. So there's that. But as far as the part where she was talking about you know, we're not going to be able to tell, like I said early on, vetting does not stop you from encountering somebody that might use or abuse you. What vetting does is it helps you to make the decision to take that person out of your inner circle and out of your life, because you're enforcing your standards and your values. And like Topaz said later on, and I thought this was so perfect, when women begin to enforce their standards and their boundaries, we have to be supportive of them. So if a woman is in a bad relationship, whether she's married or not, and the relationship is toxic and not conducive to raising children, or even for her to be in by herself, if she makes the decision to leave that situation, we as a community should be more supportive. That should be a standard for the community. And now, the last thing that I want to say is for the naysayers, the people that are the loudest, that go against Black people finally having a set standard. You all are only going against it and being loud about it because some of you like the status quo. Some of you like scraping the bottom of the barrel. Some of you are the bottom of the barrel. And so therefore you're afraid that if people begin to make distinguishments and drawing the line in the sand, you're afraid that you won't benefit anymore from there being blurred lines. So these are all things that we have to take into consideration when we're talking about setting a standard for the Black community. And we have to have that civil war where we're blasting away the naysayers. Because the reason why things are not getting better is because too many of you are supporting the naysayers. You're sitting up here supporting the toxicity that currently exists in the community. And with that, I just want to say peace. I love each and every one of you, and I am out. Holla.